I'm going to start out by saying this is probably something I should apologize for. I should, but I'm not going to. My reasons for this are justified, and you'll probably agree with me too once you've read what I have to say. Now don't roll your eyes and assume this is another story where I'm passing along the monster from my own head into yours. It's really very simple. I am getting very tired. I've been awake the last few days and I need to go to sleep. And in order to get to sleep, I have to explain something to you. Not some vague, undefined you. The person reading this story. The very literal and very real you. I need your help, and you're going to help me by continuing to read this. I've been giving some thought to monster stories and stumbled across something that I find interesting. What are, arguably, the most common themes in monster stories? Darkness and light. The monsters find you in the darkness, and they lurk in the darkness. They live and breed in the darkness. The darkness is their element. It allows them to hunt us down. Sure, most of these stories are just jokes and scary stories written for the sake of reading in the dark, but a few of them are real. You never hear how real because when things go bad, there's no one to tell us about them. You expect a victim of the Slender Man to escape and conveniently come back here to warn us all? You think the police are going to report supernatural causes when they find a body torn apart when there are plenty of bears in the woods? The only way to know which stories are real are to get caught up in their retellings. It happens. This, I promise you. Then, there's the light. The escape route. The safe place. The weapon to fight back the evil. The antithesis of the darkness. The light is the one place where the monsters can't get to us. Some may use light as a way to surprise or shock us, but no one gets killed by the Wendigo on a sunny afternoon. The light is safe, and there are infinite examples to support this. Take this website. The easier to read white text on a black background. The light letters distract us from the black abyss of the background. Don't dismiss this either. It may be easier to read white text on a black background, but if you're staring at the white letters, you're not looking into the background, and you don't have to read every story on this wiki to start seeing faces where there are none. I can't prove that things are looking out at you as you read this, but just take comfort knowing that, if there were, you were looking at the white text instead. Do me a favour and uncurl your legs. Sit comfortably. Lean in a bit. You're still shaken from your last story. Maybe you're cold. You're not afraid. You just really like making yourself as small as possible as you read. Well, don't do that. Trust me, you're safer if you're closer to the light of the screen. It's not just keeping the darkness at bay, but you'll see what I mean soon. And keep reading. So there's light and dark. You're wondering, what's the big deal? Am I going to tell you to reread the letters of each line for a quick scare? Don't let your eyes wander. I didn't write anything. This isn't that kind of story. This is the kind of story where I help you see a pattern. Humans are afraid of the dark for a reason. With the absence of light, we're easy prey. We'll never see a threat coming. We sleep at night hoping that in the morning any danger will have passed us by. Not knowing means having no reason to be afraid. We're still vulnerable when we sleep, but awareness of a threat really makes the threat worse in my experience. Now think about this. There are not many stories in which a monster attacks someone who never knew about it. There are some, but none of them are true. but the stories share a few common themes of their own. The monsters can only find you if you know about them, and the more you know about them, the more danger you will be in. When has there ever been an ancient scroll that struck you dead after reading the first line? You have to read the whole thing before you're in any danger. You're only stalked by a ghost after listening to their whispers and figuring out what they're saying. If you ignore them, they can only annoy you. The old doll only steals your soul after you've learned about its gruesome origins. There are millions of examples. The point is that knowing about the monster allows it to find you. It makes you a target. Now, I got to thinking about this. Monsters are all denizens of the darkness. But what would it take for a monster to exist in light? It's not the dark that kills you. It's the fact that you can't see them coming. And it is very possible to be blinded by light. Who's to say there can't be a monster that strikes you down in the moment your eyes are blinded with sunspots after you, say, happen to stare at the bright flashing reflection of a fast-moving car, or see the reflection of the sun in a distant window, or stare at a light bulb. Monsters rarely attack from the side, and even from the back. They like it when you know they're there. They come from the front, so you can see their twisted form before you die. And for that, you have to be unable to see them. There's another common element. Monsters are fast. They can be slow when they want to, but they are generally very quick. It could be coincidence that so many are bony, thin and limber, or it could be an advantageous design. Fast monsters hunt, and fat, if any, monsters have to trap. If our light monster was real, it would have to be fast, and difficult to see. Camouflage is easy in the dark, but in the daytime, what would a monster of the light look like? I felt that natural colours would be the most likely. Invisibility doesn't seem plausible, even by monster standards, and a chameleon effect wouldn't work at high speeds. If you got a good look at a light monster, I bet it would be tan, and very, very thin, like a stick bug. Now, you're probably not interested in my brainstorming, or maybe you are. I don't care which is true. I just need you to keep reading a little bit longer. You're not in danger, and nothing is on its way to your house. If it is, it's probably something you already did, not me. Trust me, we're nearly there and I'm very tired. There's one more major theme that monsters have in common. Think again to how they pick their prey. You have to know about them before they can be a threat to you. They aren't like normal predators, and they can't just sneak up on anyone. For this, we are lucky. Even more so, we are lucky because we love to spread these stories around. It's not just fun, you are compelled to sit here and read these. There is a reason, deep down in the most basic part of your brain, that you will come to read these stories. Here, we must imagine a moth. One moth against a monster owl. When the owl needs to pick its food, it has only one moth to choose from. If the moth doesn't want to die, it has to find other moths to distract the owl. So the moth informs other moth of the monster owl, and in this way, their chances of death went down from 100% to 50%. The first moth is no longer the only target, and the second moth won't be the target when he discovers how the first moth died. If the word spreads enough, then all the moths will only have a very small chance of being singled out of the crowd to become a meal. Safety in numbers. That's why you come here and read these stories. Because by adding yourself to the lottery, you make it just a little safer for everyone else. We've always been big on working together as a species, which is why I'm glad you're still reading. You may be getting an idea of where I'm going with this. By now, you're actually helping me a lot. But I need to explain just a little bit more before I can rest. I've been awake for the past few days because I don't think it's safe for me to fall asleep at any time of day. At night, I felt uneasy. Total darkness holds something lying in wait for me, and every one of my instincts tells me that it isn't safe. I sit before the light of my computer screen, and I think. I run these little intellectual exercises to stay awake, and in the process, I stumbled across an idea with more truth than I knew. And for the past few days, I've been noticing some strange things. Fast blurs of motion in the side of my vision, too fast to follow. I don't think I'm meant to see them, and I think I know why I see them anyways. Any predator that becomes too efficient faces extinction. If the owl eats all the moths, it will starve. Hell, the only reason Ebola hasn't become a global threat is because it kills its victims too quickly for them to spread the virus very far. So, our efficient predator no longer has a pool of prey to choose from. Anytime new prey is discovered, it is killed before it can spread the word to others. The predator is weak, and it's getting desperate. It can't keep up like it used to, but it is still very hungry. So I think now you can guess why I should apologize here. But I don't think I'm doing anything that I'm not meant to do. You can't develop many defenses against a truly efficient predator, even though we've tried. We're fast, we're strong, and we're smart. The only thing the moth can do is increase the size of his flock as much as possible, and hope probability does not show him favor. And right now, I am part of a very small flock. But I think by now you know enough. My chances should be going down, or going up, depending on how you look at it. I'm going to take my chances and get some sleep. It's getting bright out, but if I rest up now, I can make it through another night safely. You shouldn't need to worry anyways, but if you see things in the corner of your eyes, then I suggest you try not to look at anything too bright. You don't want to be blinded by sunspots before you can spread the word and make the group a little bigger. See you in the evening, I hope. Oh, and just in case you get the chance, let me know what colour it is. The thing appeared to shiver slightly. Cam squinted, trying to get a better view, but he couldn't for the lack of moonlight. Something was rising behind it, like someone else standing up. But it wasn't a person. It was an odd, wide figure, spindly, and only coming up to the taller form's shoulders. After several seconds of the thing standing there, just staring through the darkness at him, he registered that the second shape was part of the first. Wings? Those couldn't be wings. They appeared tiny from the distance. Besides, people couldn't. Nah, no way. He hadn't had anything to drink, but alcohol wasn't the only factor in hallucinations. Were those wings dripping something? Belle clapped him on the back. "What you staring at, Ace?" "Can you see that guy?" Cam pointed at the dark figure staring at him. "I think there's someone out there, far away, just standing there." Belle just laughed. "I had more to drink than you, man, and that's saying something. I don't see nobody. Cam managed to smile, even as he watched the feminine figure uncomfortably. Belle's classic joke. He knew alcohol would never touch Cam's lips. They both made their way from the entrance of the bar, away from the woods, and back toward the street. Cam was going to be graduating college soon. Only community college. His grades, he knew, would drop dead if he tried to go farther than that. He felt like he'd pushed his luck far enough in life already. He hung out with Belle Waddington, a football player for the college's team, the Camden Storm Falcons. Belle was enthusiastic about football. He even wore his dark, purple-grey jersey most of the time. Falcon 01. Sometimes he carried around a small foam football too, to toss from hand to hand while he talked. He brought up the eastern board boar hogs along the way. You know, man, when you think about it from the Animal Planet's perspective, falcons can just dive bomb hogs again and again till dead. Ain't no way the boar hogs can beat the storm falcons. Cam absently agreed, but he couldn't get his mind off what he'd just seen. He and Belle celebrating a Storm Falcons victory by their brothers over at the West Camden community had come down to the Crow Club for some drinks. Cam stuck to soda, while Belle usually drowned 2 or 3 strikers before he was satisfied. Cam couldn't have gotten any alcohol anyway. They'd ID him if he tried to buy it, and he was only 18. But today, when Belle had been ready to head out, right after a bathroom drip he said, Cam had stepped out front to wait for him. That was when he'd seen the oddly standing figure out behind the building, where the mossy back of it met the woods. It looked like a short-haired boy with his head down, but there was very little moonlight with no stars, so it was hard to tell. He'd slowly raised his head to look at him. He couldn't see the kid's eyes. He stayed back in the trees, staring at Cam, like the form of death come to meet him as an innocent human being. How wicked. Then came those wing-looking things. He started to wonder if Belle had actually mixed something in with his coke to try and get him to loosen up. But he'd known Belle for over a year. He was wild about football, but had no bad side. That night, back at the apartment he and his brother shared, he fell asleep, glad he hadn't gotten a view of those eyes after all. That would have made sleep impossible, for sure. The next day, after classes, he found Belle with their usual group. They were all eating from the Buzzu burger inside the cafeteria, cheering about the recent victory for their relative team. This time, Cam noticed 2 new people there, 2 new girls. He felt himself tense up slightly. He wasn't comfortable around girls, especially if they were pretty. These girls weren't so drop-dead gorgeous that he'd sink into the floor before getting there, but he knew he'd have a time trying to open his mouth. Still, best to try his luck. He'd only had one relationship before, a high school girlfriend who hadn't lasted more than 2 months. It was about time he left the experimental phase. One of them was tall and blonde, and the other one was slightly shorter and had light brown hair. They must have been friends because they were standing right next to each other and kept glancing at each other when they laughed. The blonde was really chatty. The brown-haired girl didn't seem shy or anything, but she didn't appear to have much to say. Cam wondered which one had a better chance of showing interest in him. He wasn't much of a talker, so he preferred to listen to other people. Likes didn't attract in that case. Belle looked up as he approached. Man, if your class let out an hour earlier, we'd get here at the same time. Get your short ass over here, he laughed. Cam grinned as he approached, feeling better already. Belle's enthusiasm about everything had a way of being contagious. We got 2 new girls here, alright? Introductions. Let me do introductions," he continued theatrically, standing and clapping a hand on Cam's shoulder. "Campbell, Jessica. Jessica, Campbell. And little miss doesn't talk a lot over here would be Avery." He bowed, gesturing between Cam and Avery. Behind his back, Cam made a cuckoo sign, and the girls giggled. Those giggles both sounded shy, he realised. Man, he was terrible at reading girls. Avery wiped something dark from her eye, making a small black smear. Cam's eyebrow went up, and she murmured, "Mascara," with an embarrassed smile. Cam furrowed his brow. That was odd. He hadn't even noticed the mascara at first. Heck, it still seemed invisible under both eyes. He tore his concentration off of her. While the group talked in scattered twos and threes, he tried making conversation with Jessica. She was interesting right away, but she didn't seem to get really involved in any topic. She jumped from idea to idea, never focusing on one thing for more than a minute. Cam found it hard to follow along. Soon though, one of the other guys stole her, and Cam was actually grateful. He felt kind of bad that he'd left Avery out, because she was keeping to herself. "You not comfortable around folks?" he started, hoping it wasn't an embarrassing question. He waited for her response. Now she was shy. "Just sometimes," she said softly. "But Belle's a hoot." "Yeah, guess I don't need to tell you my name," Cam teased. He's always got it covered. "I'm new here," Avery continued. "I just met Jessica today, and she's been here 3 semesters. Everyone's been here longer than me, I guess." She frowned a little. Cam shrugged. "My second year's almost up. People don't usually begin their college in the summer. They take summer vacations from high school to get ready. Did you just get out?" Avery shook her head. "That was last year. My family moved twice. My dad's job used to jump around a lot, but back in January, he found a good rooted position in town, so we'll obviously be staying here from now on. Even still, I'm only 19. Cam smiled. "I'm 18. Age never does it justice after high school. Still leaves you guessing." Avery blinked. "What do you mean?" "Well, if someone asked you and you said you were 19, they'd probably assume you'd been here for a year at least." "Shut up, idiot," he thought. Avery just smiled. Her eyes, Cam noticed, were brown. "Would you mind sticking by me?" she asked in a low voice, as if she thought it was an embarrassing thing to say. "I mean, just to show me around a little. You're kind of quiet. I like that. Everyone else is too bubbly." "I gotcha," he agreed, nodding. "Friend," he reminded his thumping heart. She said friend. "Slow down there, Texas." His heart was pumping though. "You won't find anyone like that in the cafe though," he continued. "The library mostly, but everyone in there's studying or something." "Right," Avery said. "I guess I'll be there a lot then." She wiped her eye, then grunted softly with frustration and reached for a tissue. Cam's eyes widened in surprise. He still couldn't see any mascara. That night, he left early. He'd finished his assignments, but the night before had left him a little exhausted. He wanted to sleep in. It was only after he turned out his light that he saw the dark square in the window. He pulled it open and picked up the little thing. It was a note. He turned it over in his hand, flicking on his desk lamp. It was scribbled in dark red pen. "Mistakes are okay now. They won't last. Do you understand? Don't be scared." He rolled his eyes. The apartment neighborhood was close to the campus. No doubt someone had sneaked over and planted it there. Just another prank with no planning behind it. Probably some drunk student writing the first stupid thing to come to mind. He fell asleep, but something nagged at his mind. Something about the note that he couldn't understand. There's less moonlight, I won't last. Here it comes, sunset's fading. Where is he? Did he see? The next morning, when he woke up, he figured out what it was. The thing he hadn't understood before. When he went to his window, he saw a small splotch of red, like a drop of blood, where the note had been. It was really dry. He must not have noticed it last night for the darkness. But the screen was intact, and in fact, it was drilled into the wall from the inside. The only way someone could remove it from the outside was by breaking through first. The note and the blood were inside, beyond the screen, so someone had placed the note there from inside his room, not outside. His brother? Hell no, those jokes weren't like him. But he found himself positively creeped out now. Nevertheless, he had no classes today, and enjoyed showing Avery around the campus. She seemed happy as the morning and afternoon wore on, but when the sun crossed the halfway point in the sky, she kept glancing up at it, slowly growing more and more nervous. Cam kept asking if she was okay, which almost seemed to startle her, but she assured him she just didn't like the dark. He laughed, telling her that it was barely past 1 o'clock, but she seemed deeply troubled. Cam realized it wasn't that funny and stopped laughing. Just before the sun set, when they were in the library talking, still getting to know each other, Avery's voice dropped some. She started talking a little mysteriously. Cam couldn't quite understand the change. Suddenly, with worried eyes, she stood up. "Come on," she whispered. She closed her eyes tightly for a moment, then turned around and started to walk toward the nearest exit. "Avery?" Cam called, confused. "Are you okay?" "Come on," she urged, beckoning desperately. "I don't have much time. I should have waited." She disappeared through the exit. Cam followed her, eager to keep up with her, but kind of freaked out. At first, when he stepped outside, he didn't see her. The sun was fading quickly. "Avery!" he called, confused. Finally, he spotted her. Just a dark shape by the trees, lining the edge of the field next to the library. She waved to him and backed into the trees. Confused, he ran to her. She was facing away, but she turned toward him. "Cam?" she croaked tearfully. He stared back at her in horror. "You didn't see it before." Her eyes were running again, but it wasn't makeup. She was crying dark tears. She was crying blood. Her face slowly turned paler as the seconds ticked by, and her skin seemed to shine. "Cam," she whispered, sounding so weak, so broken. "Avery," he stuttered. "What happened to you? You were fine just 30 seconds ago." He gestured half-heartedly back to the library. Avery slowly approached him and laid a hand on his arm. It felt wet and sticky. Looking down, he could see her fingers softly stroking down his skin, leaving trails of dark red behind. It was so thin he couldn't see the red, but apparently the stuff on her skin was blood too. She seemed to be bleeding all over, out of every pore. Her hair, it was matted down. It looked almost... "You're the one I saw back at the club a couple nights ago," he cried. "The Chloro Club, out by..." "I know," she whispered. Avery, what are you? He continued, talking quickly, terrified. A demon or something? What does all this mean? His head was spinning. You could never understand, she whispered, sadly. What happened to you? I can help. I'm too far gone. The moon shows who I truly am. Even during the day, I still have to wear makeup to look like I'm still human. The wings slowly rose up behind her, thin and soaked with blood, with ratty, shriveled feathers here and there. They slowly rose and wrapped around Cam, holding him close to her. What did this to you? Cam cried weakly. But Avery shook her head. I'd rather not say that, Cam. There's werewolves, vampires, demons, warlocks, even the devil himself. All the things people know about. But I'm something different entirely. I was once like you, but something changed me into this. If I told you what it was, you'd lose your mind. You could never understand. She repeated sadly, shaking her head at his stuttering protests. But, Avery... I'm sorry, Cam, Avery whimpered. The bloody tears ran freshly down her face. She began to sob. I would have this any other way, but I don't have a choice anymore. Cam's stomach turned ice cold with the fear of the unknown. Have what any other way? Avery's face crumpled, and she laid her head on his shoulders, sobbing into his neck. I'm so sorry. I don't understand, he said weakly, feeling the warm blood from her body drip all over him as she embraced him in her arms and wings. He felt her squeeze his hand. It doesn't take long, she whispered, her voice quivering. Oh God, I just need to get it over with. I'm so sorry for this. Avery let go of him and stepped back, moving to his side. One of her droopy, bloody wings remained behind his back, and the other one now faced him from the front. The tip of the wing, a scrawny, sharp stem, faced his chest. Avery reached forward and gently lifted Cam's shirt with both hands, pulling it up over his head. Hey! He protested, turning to face her. But she moved with him, staying at his side. His shirt fell to the ground in front of him. Her wings still faced him in that odd manner, one behind him and one pointing at his chest. That one slowly began to inch toward him. Avery's hands held Cam gently by the stomach and lower back, as if steadying him. Cam tried to jerk back, but Avery's grip, even though it was soft, held him effortlessly in place. The wingtip poked his chest, pressing against it. Whatever you're thinking... Ah! He blurted as the wingtip broke the skin of his chest and entered him. Immediately, he froze. Agony ripped through him as the wingtip gently wriggled and worked deeper into him. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't cry. He couldn't scream. He felt the wingtip stab his heart, felt it twist and wiggle gently in the wound it had created, felt the sticky, ratty feathers softly scratching him from the inside as they entered him and shifted about. He tried to bawl, tried to pull away, but he was paralyzed in his standing position, and his head turned toward her. Avery's eyes had closed, and she was shaking. Her face revealed the worst of pain, emotionally greater than the physical hell roaring through his chest, and he knew she wished with everything she had that she could stop this torture and let him go. What the hell was she? And why did she have to do this? Doesn't take long, doesn't take long, doesn't take long, she whispered over and over. Oh God, I'm sorry, sorry. He couldn't utter a sound, even as her other wing poked gently and then stabbed into his back. He felt it wriggle inside him, tangling itself around his innards. He couldn't even whimper as the sharp ends of the wings stabbed at his organs, scratched them apart, squeezed and crushed them into tiny, shriveled bits. "I'm sorry, so sorry, so sorry." Her tears kept coming. Her voice was quiet sobs. She couldn't look at what she was doing. So sorry. If he could only ask why. But that wasn't an option. The tips of the wings, like syringes, began sucking the blood from his body, sucking up the destroyed organs, which liquefied in the blood. He could still fully feel every sensation. He wasn't dead yet. She was still squeezing his hand, and he knew she understood. He finally felt a bit of relief as the wingtips began to pull out of him. The pain lessened, his vision blurred, his eyes began to close. He slumped lifelessly in her arms. Avery gasped with fresh sobs as she cradled him against her body. Every new moon, always someone, always so unfair. Die, Avery thought of herself. Just die. But she tried suicide numerous times. She was invincible. She had to keep going, had to do it every new moon. The only thing worse for Cam than the torture he had felt would be knowing what she was and why she had to kill him like this. Some things weren't meant for the human mind to process. But then again, Avery's own mind was still as human as she wished she had remained. All of this was pure cruelty. She hugged Cam's dead body to her, kissed his cheek, and looked up at the sky as fresh tears of blood ran. New blood. Cam's blood. She uttered an endless roaring howl of grief, of rage at his agony, at his unfair, tortured death, at her existence.
Please tell us what happened the night of June 13th. Be as specific and detailed as possible.
Look, I'm going to make this as quick as possible for the obvious reasons. I will give my version of the events for why I was fired, and you're going to do your damnedest to try and get me my severance package, or at least something to keep me going in between jobs. How does that sound? Do we have a deal? It started about half a year ago, when I had just moved to the area. I was looking to pick up some work as a veterinary technician, but there were no clinics hiring. I decided I would take any job that came my way to make ends meet until I could get my foot in the door at one of the veterinary clinics in the area. As you know, I managed to land a security job at a nearby hospital. It was this hospital to be exact. It was a pretty job. I walked around on patrol every hour or so, struck up conversation with the nurses and patients when I was feeling chatty, and spent the rest of my time reading A Song of Fire and Ice. What? It's not like you can fire me twice. You would be surprised what I caught some of the other guards doing when I stepped in to relieve them. I'm just trying to give you a feel for my routine and lay all the cards out on the table. June 13th began as a pretty quiet night. There were no belligerent drunks that needed to get their stomach pumped, and I didn't have to restrain any junkers who were fiending for another fix, but were stuck on detox. I liked these nights the best of all, where I don't have to worry about a drunk vomiting in my shoe or have to talk a problem patient back into their beds. By the way, in the interview, the boss man said nothing about how to restrain patients that weren't free to leave. I'm just saying, With a little more training about protocol, maybe we wouldn't have had the situation we did, and I wouldn't be talking to you through that night. Anyways, it was around 8 o'clock that I got the call from the boss. He told me that the hospital was about to be getting a very important patient and asked me if I felt up to the task. I told him yes, because there wasn't another option. He could try to call someone else in for work for my 8 PM to 8 AM graveyard shift, but there wasn't a snowball's chance in hell he would find someone on such short notice. I agreed to watch the VIP, even though I had no real clue of what I was doing. I decided to ask the charge nurse for some information about what hospital security typically does with important patients. I assumed that it was probably some B-list celebrity who had gotten tipsy at a club and rolled their ankle on the dance floor. The charge nurse told me what I had already assumed. I would be sitting in their room, making sure to keep any media or strangers out while doctors treated her. I asked her if she had any idea who was coming in and what she was. And that was when she told me it was Christine Parker. I had no clue who that was. The charge nurse was apparently a big fan of America's Most Wanted and watched it every week before it was cancelled. She told me that in 2011, an 11-year-old had gone missing on her way home for school. This girl, Christine Parker, had apparently been missing for over 3 years until today. She was picked up on the side of the roads from a nearby forest by highway patrol. She was set to arrive at the hospital in 30 minutes to treat the injuries she sustained in the escape from her captor. I did a quick walk around the hospital to make sure there weren't any news crews setting up outside. Apparently the police misled the media by telling them she was being sent to a larger metropolitan hospital, while quietly sending Christine out to a hospital in the boondocks. Of course, this meant that they had to post up near the hospital they told the media about, otherwise they would catch on to their duplicity. Their ploy had worked, and there was no one in sight. The girl would be allowed to convalesce in peace without media buzzing around her like flies on a turd. Christine arrived and was taken up to the OR wing of the hospital. This wasn't because she needed surgery, but because the OR was shut down on the weekends. I always assumed it was closed because the surgeons wanted some time to play a round of 18 holes on the weekend without having to worry about checking in on their wards. She was brought into the OR because there weren't a whole lot of people there, and it would be easier to keep all non-essential personnel out of the way. There were a flurry of doctors around her, and I couldn't really get a good look at her through the whirlwind of white coats and nurses' scrubs. I caught glimpses. She had dirty brown hair that looked like it was a bird's nest and hadn't been combed in a long time. There were scars along her arms and legs that, I am fairly certain, didn't stop at the sleeve of her clothes. Her right hand was shattered, and it looked like it had been shoved into an industrial trash compactor. Bones poked out of her hand like pins in a pincushion. She was emaciated and looked like she had been through hell. The doctors took a blood sample and left to run some tests and order a few scans. The nurses pulled the curtains and helped her change into some scrubs. When they pulled the curtain back, I saw that the scars indeed did not stop at her sleeves. The nurses asked some basic questions and then went on their way to treat their other patients. The only information I caught was that she was 14. She didn't know if she had any allergies, and she had been held captive in the woods for over 3 years. Once the nurses left, it was just me and Christine in the hospital room. I had no clue of what to say to her. She was obviously shell-shocked. I'm not really a conversationalist, so I tried to keep my trap shut and not look at her injuries. I didn't do a good enough job because she caught me looking at her hand. "Hurts like hell," she gasped and raised her hand to her mouth as if she said something horrible, and I tried to put on my best smile and told her that it was alright if she wanted to swear. She continued by telling me that he wouldn't let her swear. It was here that I breached protocol and asked her what had happened out there in the woods. I wanted to have that information ready for the police when they arrived, so maybe I could save her the trouble of rehashing it to two stone-faced officers. I remember the time they asked a rape victim to describe her attacker's genitals, who then broke down at being forced to remember that trauma. I tried to give her that one mercy and protect her after she had been exposed to so much. She looked down and said, "The hand doesn't hurt as much as you think. I think the fact that I had time to steel myself for what I had to do. I needed that hand broken so I could slip the cuffs. I had to do it, otherwise he would take it from me again." Do you understand? The kid smashed her own hand up. She did it so she could slip the cuffs. I then asked the question that I wished I never asked. I asked what her captor was going to take from her, thinking maybe he had given her a puppy or a doll to assert control over her. Christine lowered her hand to her stomach, and for a second, I thought she was having some intestinal issues, until she said, "I'm late." The horror of that statement barely had time to sink in before she continued. She said that she had missed her period before, and when her captor found out, he beat her viciously. She told me that he kept striking her until she was on the ground, and then he kicked her in the stomach. She started to cry, and there wasn't a single thing I could think of to say to calm her down other than, "It's over." Around this time, a nurse arrived and gave Christine a sedative. I think they did this so they could examine the extent of her injuries without causing her any more pain or the trauma of reliving it. I hate to say it, but I was thankful. She was out cold. I didn't want to hear any more about the horrors she had to endure for 3 years. The scars and improperly healed bones were a testament to the tortures she had suffered. I watched over her for a few hours. I tried not to look too closely at the hundreds of scars, some calloused and healed, while others looked like they were weeks old. The soles of her feet were blackened and cut up from running through the woods for miles while seeking help. I tried to not look at a mangled right hand that she had stomped and broken so she could slip the cuffs off. I tried not to look. It was around 5 o'clock when the man showed up in the OR. I was getting ready to kick him out when he asked if I was watching over Christine Parker. He was an average-looking guy. He was wearing jeans and had a wary look to him. I told him that I was watching over a private patient whose identity had not been known to me, just like the guide tells us to say. I thought he was some vulture from the newspaper who had slipped in, but that was when he told me that he was her father, Richard Parker. He kept pressing, and eventually I relented under the condition that I stay in the room while he was there. I brought him into the room, and he stood over the broken body of his girl. It looked like he was about to break into tears at the sight of her injuries, but he managed to keep himself under control. As she was unconscious, there wasn't much he could do or say to her. He stroked the side of her face, and then sat down next to me We sat in silence for 5 minutes before he struck up a conversation with me. He told me all about his daughter, how she liked those frilly Disney princesses, how she used to be so afraid of the dark that he'd had to buy a nightlight, how he used to carry her around on his shoulders. It was here that he really cried. He buried his face in his hands and wept. He looked like a man who was weeping at a funeral, which in a sense, I guess he was. The daughter he knew had died. She would live a scarred and emotionally damaged life. He took a couple of minutes to get himself under control. He told me that his wife would be here shortly. We talked a little more. It was mainly small talk. I can't remember what we talked about exactly. He was more focused on Christine than talking. But I think he felt uncomfortable with the silence. I don't have an exact time, but I think we probably dragged the conversation on for an hour or so. It was around 7:30 when Christine started to come from the sedative. Richard Parker noticed her stirring and rushed to her side. He stroked the side of her face as she opened her eyes. He leaned down and planted a kiss on her forehead and whispered something into her ear. He turned towards me and told me that he promised he'd let his wife know when she was awake. He left for the main lobby just as my radio went off in my ear. He was my boss, radioing in so he could take over my shift. I went down to the command post and greeted my boss. He typically showed up 15 minutes early to let me off with a couple of extra minutes. He asked me how it went, and I told him that it had been pretty quiet, except for when the father visited. A look of confusion crossed his face, and he told me that Christopher and Regina Parker were supposed to be coming in at the noon, so the doctors and nurses would bandage and treat her before the reunion. The realization hit me like a foot stomping onto a hand. I sprinted back towards the OR. I sprinted down the hallway, dodging nurses and doctors alike. Christine was bone white, and the look in her eyes confirmed my worst fears. She sat, frozen on the bed. She looked like she had seen the devil himself, and to her eyes, she probably had. I was out of breath from running, but I managed to wheeze out, "Who was that?" She spoke in a whisper, but it felt like she was shouting the words right into my ears. "It was him," I croaked. "What did he tell you?" She looked up at me, and in that moment, her eyes were as wide as saucers. She said, "He told me that he loved the time we spent together and that we should do it again." The rest of the words caught in her throat, and she broke down wailing and weeping. My boss arrived at around that time, and I was fired almost on the spot. That's my story. I know I messed up, but how could I have known who that guy was? Well, now that I say it out loud, I guess I really was in the wrong on this. I doubt I'm going to get a termination package. This trip out here was a waste of time. Well, not completely. Maybe I'll go give Christine a visit. Why are you looking at me like that? What's going on here? This whole interview wasn't about my severance or wrongful termination. This interview was about Christine. Oh God, is she alright?
Christine has been missing since last night. We have no clue where she could be. I was a part of the medical staff at Stockfield General Hospital for a couple of months. The pay was terrible, but it kept food on my plate and I felt valued, even though I had only just joined. It seemed pretty normal to start with. Yeah, you got the occasional patient who'd be absolutely raving, and they'd be pretty scary. But it wasn't as if I was going to quit my job over a couple of schizos. Then, in the middle of August, I came across an inconsistency. A patient, James Brookson, in his early 20s and suffering from cancer, just disappeared. There was no record of him being signed out. He simply just vanished. I had spoken to him just the day before. I asked a few of the other staff members, but they didn't remember him. The only reason I remember the guy is because he asked me to contact his wife, whom he divorced some time ago, to apologize and to say that he still loved her. So I checked the records to see if he had just been moved to another ward. However, his file didn't appear. It was as if he never existed. The computer couldn't have accidentally done that. There were far too many safeguards. Someone deliberately deleted this guy from our system. So I searched through the backup records. I found him, and yet there was barely any information about the guy. There was just a tag, HF, and a record saying that he had been moved to the Oxley ward. I had no idea what HF meant. The only time I ever heard it being used was when the caterers referred to the hospital food. And as for the Oxley ward, never heard of it. There was no record of it on the hospital layout, and the other staff had no clue as to what it was. That night, when I got home, I looked up the hospital's blueprints online. There it was, in the basement, just down from the catering area. When I got into work the next morning, I was in a much brighter mood. I had found my patient. Me, being the idiot that I was, had probably forgotten he had just been moved. After completing my normal rounds, I headed down to the lunch hall. I planned to use the rest of my lunch break to check on him in the Oxley ward, when I was interrupted by the hospital's director. I never liked the guy. He always seemed to be searching for some reason to dislike me. Today, it was like he had deliberately crossed paths with me, even though he acted surprised when he saw me. His voice sounded on edge as he spoke, and his bushy mustache twitched in a peculiar fashion. "Ah, Scott. Good to see you. How's your day going?" "Oh, good. Thank you, sir," I replied. The way he spoke was odd, strained, and slightly hurried, as if he wanted to just skip over the small talk and get to a more pressing subject. "I've been meaning to speak with you. It's a happy coincidence that we met," he said, eyes darting up and down my face as if he was trying to see if I suspected him of wrongdoings. "Oh?" I responded, wondering whether or not it was actually a coincidence. "You see, I've been hearing from the other staff that you've been inquiring about some, what was it? Oxley ward. Is that right? Because I've never heard of it." I knew at that moment our meeting definitely wasn't a coincidence. His voice had taken a very controlled, practiced tone. Yeah, I said. "I lost track of a patient and the record said he was moved there. If you want, I could help, although I'm sure we don't have a ward by that name." My brain went haywire. He had to be lying, but why? There was definitely an Oxley ward on the plans. "I was just going to use my break to try and find it," I said ambiguously, not mentioning the basement. "Oh, didn't you hear? Janice called in sick. You're going to have to sacrifice your break, I'm afraid." I walked back to the Curie ward, damning the manager to hell. I grudgingly continued with my rounds, not fully concentrating and thinking about the mystery of the Oxley ward. A woman caught me muttering to myself about it and asked me if I was okay. Out of frustration, I snapped and told her to screw off, which I think scared her a bit. Suddenly, my shift was over and I almost ran to the basement. I wasn't going to let some bastard director interrupt me this time. As I got down there, I was horrified by the stench. The dank smell of rotting meat burrowed into my nose, causing me to gag. My eyes started watering, and I stumbled over to a large pair of double doors. The sign said Oxley ward, and I frantically threw open the doors, though I wish I hadn't. Bodies littered the floor, with arms, eyes, and stomachs missing. A huge oven seemed to be cooking their severed limbs and organs. I retched. Some were still conscious, groaning, calling to me to help them. Their jarring screams cut into me like knives. I looked around. Deep crimson was all that filled my eyes. And at that moment, I realized what the HF meant. What I thought laughable when I first saw it. Hospital food. This was where James was taken. He was taken here and cut up and cooked and fed to the other patients. Oh my God. I had eaten hospital food just that day for lunch. Had I eaten my patient? Twisted catering staff stood there, meat cleavers in hand, staring at me. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" one of them asked angrily. I knew exactly what I was doing. Grabbing a grimy knife from one of the unclean surfaces, I began walking towards them. Anger filling my body. I was going to do to them what they had done to so many patients before them. The knife flashed through the air, slicing their bodies to pieces as if they were rag dolls. I hadn't known if I would be able to take them, but they were caught off guard and clearly obese. For half an hour I was in there, blindly stabbing into them. Then I ran, gagging from the blood that covered my clothes. People stared at me as I charged through the wards, aimlessly running for the exit. Gasping for air, I burst through the main doors and embraced the light. Suddenly, I was knocked to the ground and my vision began to blur. Blackness clawed at the corners of my eyes and I gave up, letting the bliss of unconsciousness embrace me. Case file 11372. Scott Jameson. Patient suffers from extreme paranoid schizophrenia and constructs intricate plots to explain his delusions. He justifies murdering a room full of catering staff by claiming they were using patients to make the food. Patient still believes that he is living outside of this place, even though he has been moved to the DSPD ward. He has so far made 6 attempts to kill doctors, whom he believes are government agents sent to stop him from spreading the truth. We cannot allow the public to know the truth. Patient must remain in this institution until a time at which he can be executed.
My friend and I went urban exploring a few months ago at this old abandoned hospital. The old equipment was still there, just dirty and beginning to rust. The whole building reeked of puke and strange chemicals. The walls and floors were covered in dust and dirt. We walked down to the morgue, and suddenly there was this crashing sound. We opened the door to get out of the hospital as quickly as possible. But then we saw it. That thing. Its eyes were closed, but it still seemed to stare straight at us. Its legs were broken, so it dragged itself along the floor. It wheezed as it breathed, and its bones clicked as it moved. It wasn't a patient, though. It was wearing surgeon's clothes. We both made a run for it. Even if only one of us got past it, at least we could tell somebody. We could make people aware of what we saw. As I came up to the thing on the floor, I jumped over it. I was free. I kept running, but that's when it hit me. I couldn't hear my friend anymore. I turned back slowly, but they'd vanished. Both of them. I tried to warn people about the hospital, but nobody would believe me. They said I was mad, and that my friend had moved away, and that I wasn't coping with it. But now I know I'm not crazy. It followed me to my house. I heard the abomination every night as I closed my eyes. It would thump across the floor. It would wheeze as it struggled to drag itself along. Its bones would click as it moved its body. I'm not living in that house anymore. My shrink said I should take a break. What he meant to say was, "You're crazy. We're putting you in a loony bin for a while." But it followed me there too. I could hear it every night. Thump, wheeze, click, click, click. Thump, wheeze, click, click, click. It got to the other patients, and one by one, they began disappearing. They tried to cover it up, said we were ready to be released, but I knew different. They closed that place recently. I can imagine it'll become just like the hospital. I can still hear him thumping and wheezing and clicking around my new home. But I keep the door to my room closed and the windows shut and the cupboard's doors chained together. I'm not going to join it, even if it was my best friend. Everyone hates Mondays. I'm not the exception to this. Well, I hate Monday in particular. I don't hate them all. Just one. The one I'm stuck in. Or on, perhaps. I don't really know how to refer to this dilemma, if it's truly a dilemma. We succeeded in the Maury experiment. Time is frozen. It's just I'm the only one here. Currently, I'm sitting at my desk recording these events in the office I shared with Dr. Parsons. I wish the university would have let him keep his position as a physical science professor. Chris was as smart as they come, but he's limited when it comes to financial matters. I suppose a job is a job. It definitely was the better alternative offered to him following the experiment. Dr. Christopher Parsons and I were scientists. Well, scientists in the sense that we convinced a legitimate educational institution to finance our studies into the applications of time manipulation. Yes, that's right. Time manipulation is a real thing. Time, as most people know it, is simply a unit of measurement. Minutes, hours, days, years. All units devised so humans can place a number on things. It's a weird obsession we have. None of that is real, tangible. However, it's undeniable that time exists. Organisms age, seasons come and go, food decays. Nothing known to man could escape the reality until Dr. Parsons and I discovered the Billemite. Yes, as you probably guessed, we really enjoyed Groundhog Day. It was very apropos given our intentions. The Billemite is a phenomenal creature. Most people are familiar with the tardigrade, a virtually indestructible, microscopic creature that can even live exposed in space. Yes, that is cool. However, the Billemite is infinitely more sensational. The term mite is just used affectionately. This creature is closer to the size of a rat fetus and has fully developed, fully functioning body systems. It isn't a mammal, but its internal makeup is almost identical and the differences are negligible. What truly sets the Billemite apart is its inability to age. It simply cannot. Chris and I dissected dozens of these beings to discover their inner workings. They don't age. Not on the surface, not on a cellular layer. They're frozen in time. We knew that harnessing the ability these things have to cease aging would be a breakthrough unlike anything ever seen by the human race. I mean, Imagine the possibilities. The aging process could have been halted. Those with terminal illnesses could be put in suspension until a cure was created. Cryogenics had become increasingly popular, but our findings could have given people the same benefit without putting their lives on hold. Thus began the Murray experiment. The trials were only done on mice, terminally ill ones at that. We had a plethora of them, as there was an infectious disease research centre sharing the same university as us. I still question why they funded us, honestly. That's besides the point. Chris and I, well, we didn't exactly know where to start. Billamites don't age, but they also don't have anything in their biological makeup that appears to be the source of their power. So we started at the basics. The first trial was blood transfusions. While small, Billamites have a functioning circulatory system, complete with red blood cells, white blood cells, platelets, the works. We had to use very, very thin needles, as the opaque white skin of the Billamites don't favour showing any veins. They're also incredibly smooth, and a bit of a pain to pin down. Once one got a needle through the subcutaneous layer, the Billamites would begin writhing in pain. This, combined with their smooth skin, made it virtually impossible to land a second successful injection. The mice didn't respond well to the new blood. Their bodies began rapidly shutting down within 1 day of receiving the donor blood. Failure. Next, we skipped ahead and went with a more unconventional approach: consumption. We took Billamites and carefully, and humanely Peter, removed various sections from their bodies to feed to the mice. Although we had dissected enough of them, cutting their limbs away was nothing short of bizarre. Upon applying pressure to an appendage, their bones would seem to vanish, and we would be making similar cuts to those of a fillet mignon with a butcher knife. If you can imagine a naked mole rat 50 times smaller, that's the size of what we had to deal with, and we were still having many difficulties cutting away pieces. The mice that ate the body parts displayed symptoms similar to malaria and died within 1 week on ingestion. The trials were numerous and troublesome on Chris and I. We had many late nights discussing abandoning the experiment over scotch. Every time, maybe due to the alcohol, we managed to convince each other to persevere. One of our last resorts was stem cell injections. We had postponed attempting the technique due to the high chances of failure, but after months of various tests, we finally made the plunge. It was a Monday, 1:18 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Dr. Parsons and I had every single thing perfectly prepared for the transplant. Extra restraints on the Billamites, over-sterilized equipment, multiple checks, multiple balances. We weren't willing to try this 20 times like the other, simpler trials. I also used my 2 index fingers to attempt to keep the Billamite stable, when it would undoubtedly start convulsing. Chris steadied his needle as a drip of sweat made its way from my brow down to my beard. I was flush. The ticking from the wall clock ceased to exist. We were living in one moment, one last opportunity to finally save mankind from the inevitable. Chris began his approach with a needle. As the tip penetrated its skin, the Billamite let out a small yelp, like a puppy being left alone. We had never heard these creatures make noise before. Chris and I shared a glance, unsure what to do. We had already teetered on the ledge of ethics, but that noise unsettled both of us. It was infantile, a helpless baby crying for help from its mother. We searched the other face for an answer, and as I nodded to Chris to continue, a piercing pain shot at my hand into my head. The Billemite stabbed me with a thin, whisker-like protrusion from its head. I became severely lightheaded and moved back to sit up against the wall. I nodded off for a brief moment. When I awoke, Chris was on the ground in front of me, body lurched towards the ground, crying. I thought that my attempts to console him were fruitless because he was too far gone. Maybe he finally cracked. We were under a lot of stress due to the numerous failures in the Murray experiment. I ran down to the shared office of the psych professors, hoping they could help. I don't know why. It felt right not making a huge ordeal of the situation. This was a confidential matter between professionals, not a university-wide scandal. When I got to the office and knocked, the older female professor, Joyce, answered and looked directly at me, baffled. Then, she closed the door. I knocked again. Joyce opened the door, this time coming out into the hallway, before she closed the door again. I knocked for a third time. Joyce answered the door again, with an angry demeanour. "Stop this nonsense!" she snarled out of the doorway. She began to close the door. "Joyce!" I yelled as I grabbed her forearm. She fell to her knees. The other professor ran over to her side, asking if she needed a medic. No, it's fine. Just a ringing in my ear, that's all. I must have scraped my arm on the door. It burns a bit, but I'm fine." I briskly made my way back to Chris. I didn't have time for whatever games were going on or any ridiculous experiments those crazy old bats were conducting. Our lab was quarantined and guarded. Chris was gone. I didn't wait up. I walked back to my house on campus and started frantically looking up any breaking news stories. I needed to know what the media was saying. I needed to have a story ready for any interviews, good or bad. Nothing. It must have been too recent for the news outlets to have grabbed hold of it. I got a ping notifying me of a new email. "Nate, I'm sorry. It should have been me. I never knew your family or friends, but if you're one of them and reading this, I loved Nate like a brother. I never would have continued our research had I known it would end up this way. I'm so sorry. Dr. Christopher Parsons, Ohio State University." The sincerity of his email finally set off a red flag that something was wrong. Chris wasn't an outwardly emotional person. Something happened to me during the Murray experiment. I responded to the email with a simple question. "Chris, what happened?" In his response, Dr. Parsons explained to me that I fell back into the wall and sat down. My body began to rapidly age, faster than ice in a hot soup, as he put it. Then it began to decompose into nothingness. There was no trace that I had ever been up against that wall. I was gone. I spent that entire day emailing Chris about everything besides the actual experiment. I was bitter about not finishing the stem cell transplant and avoided the topic like the plague. He wasn't arrested in my disappearance. The cameras that the university installed in our labs, unbeknownst to us, caught the same scenario he described to me. It was chalked up to the nature of the experiment. It was covered up and he was free to go immediately. While they could take months at a time to process a grant, they somehow were able to cover up a disaster and make a decision in regards to Chris's future in a few hours' time. A few hours' time. That wasn't right. It couldn't have been. In my years with the university and my run-ins with law enforcement, nothing processed that fast. Hell, I was killed on camera. It hit me. I asked Chris what day it was. Thursday. The same day my computer was showing me. The same day on the news on my phone. It hadn't dawned on me that I never slept after returning home, nor needed to use the facilities or eat and drink. I went to the bathroom and my unibrow hadn't grown in, as it has every couple days since puberty. Chris agreed to meet me Friday at noon to figure things out over coffee. I laid in bed that night, contemplating the circumstances surrounding my existence. I didn't sleep. Sun went down, moon came up, moon went down, sun came up. I got to Starbucks a little after Chris did. I almost burst into a full run when I saw him, and I jumped slightly onto his back when I got close, like old times. He collapsed, but got back up rather quickly, slightly red in the face. "You okay?" I asked him. He didn't respond, just stuck a pinky in his ear and gave it a quick wiggle. A moment or two later, he pulled out his phone and started typing me an email. "Nate, sorry I missed you. Have to get to class. Let's link up ASAP. Chris." I responded immediately from my own phone. We went to the university separate but together. We ran experiments in the infectious disease lab. Chris would tell me what to do, and I would do it, or object via email. First objective, grab a mouse. Simple. I placed my hand on top of the one that Chris placed on the table. I cried as it died in my palm. Second objective, communicate to someone. I went into the hallway between classes and started calling out familiar students by name. They all had similar reactions, rubbing their ears in one form or another. Third objective, lift a book. So I did, as Chris recorded it with his phone. He played it back to me. I saw myself lift the book and place it at the other end of the table. On the video, the book just appeared on the other side in a blink. We did mundane tests like this for hours, well into the night. Chris and I learned what I'm able to do and what I cannot do. Our hypothesis is that the Billemite injected me with some sort of chemical that we hadn't seen in our analysis of their inner workings. That chemical, due to whatever possible reason, was able to imbue me with the same benefits that the Billemite has. Lack of aging. However, it's also placed me in a sort of ethereal time zone where I can observe the world around me aging and progressing, all the while being absolved from it. We need to find another Billemite. It appears, however, that someone has wiped them from existence. The best is gone. Our specimens are gone. It's like they never existed. Just like me. My house, my belongings, and all of my research have vanished. There's no trace that I existed, aside from the memories of people who knew me. I'm a ghost, as is Chris. He was killed about 8 years ago. Chris was at home in his study when a man in red came up behind him and strangled him with a wire. I tried grabbing the man around the neck, but before I could get close, his dog came from the other room and attacked me, pulling me to the floor. There were so many emotions running through me at that moment, but I was stuck on bliss. Bliss for the first physical interaction I had in years. It almost completely overshadowed the horror of my only contact in the outside world and my closest friend being killed. The man in red whistled to his dog once the deed was done, and it ceased attacking me. It sat still, in fact, glaring at me with its head tilted to the side. "There's others," it spoke to me. The man in red whistled again, and they were gone. I tried calling 911, but the operators couldn't hear me. After almost 10 calls, an officer finally showed up and discovered Chris's body. They ruled his death as suicide. In the years since then, I've focused all of my efforts on finding the others that are like me. Chris, while I do miss him, might have served a greater purpose in his death, and I've come to terms with that now. I need a way out. We weren't making any progress. The man in red and his dog gave me something Chris never could. Hope. I know that Slenderman was made up on the Something Awful forums. Sure, he's terrifying, but let's face it, he's made up. That's not to say that there's some kind of supernatural entity out there. So that's where I need you guys. I'm no expert, and this is a throwaway account, so I'm going to give you the whole truth, and I want you to give me the whole truth. I'm not a very superstitious guy, but I have my fair share of stories that are unexplainable. Please note, this story is not written to entertain, so excuse me if it's boring. Names have been changed for privacy's sake. I was never what one would consider a normal child. I always knew that there was something else out there. My dad used to joke that I would stare outside my window for hours at a time, gazing into the forest just across the road. My dad doesn't joke anymore, not after he saw what I was looking at. We lived in the same house my whole life, a small, cozy home with 2 stories and 4 bedrooms. The street we lived on was fairly uninhabited, with only 3 other houses on our side and 1 on the other. The other side of the street, minus the 1 house that was built there, was completely empty and covered in dense, thick woods that went on for miles. One of my few friends used to go hiking in those woods for days. No one ever goes hiking there anymore. Anyways, I grew up in a fairly normal environment. I attended the local elementary, middle and high school. We had so few students that even public school was kindergarten through 12th grade. I never had many friends in my younger years, but one boy, Tom, has been my best friend since 2nd grade. I was a strange child. The teachers would send reports home with me to my parents about how instead of playing with the other kids, I would just stare off across the playground into the woods that surrounded us. One day, my 2nd grade teacher decided to investigate what exactly it was I was looking at. "William, what is it that you see?" she asked in a playful voice. I looked at her with a perfectly straight face and said, "The big man, Mrs. Kelly. Don't you think he's interesting?" "Is the big man your friend?" she asked, naturally assuming that I was just imagining a friend since I had none at the time. I heard another voice behind me. "I see him too, William. I've already asked. He says adults can't see him." I turned to see who this voice of reason was, and lo and behold, met my best friend for the next 16 years. "Who are you?" "My name's Tom. I live near you. I've seen you outside before. you can see the tall man too. Boys, why didn't you go off and play with each other? Tall man can wait until you get home, Mrs. Kelly said. We both nodded and ran off to swing on the swing set. I was taken aback. I always thought that I would be alone. But I liked Tom. He seemed like the kind of boy that I could be good friends with. Little did I know that my life would be in his hands in a short amount of time. After Tom and I started hanging out, I saw less and less of Big Man. I remember one day, I didn't see him at all on the playground. I ran up to the edge of the fence to call out and see where he went. As I opened my mouth to scream, "Big Man, where are you?" I felt a hand slide over my mouth. It was Tom. His eyes were wide with fear. "Shh! What are you doing, Will? He will get upset if you draw attention to him. Let's go play kickball." I nodded my head in agreement, and that was the last time I thought of the big, tall man for 4 years. Tom and I became very close, spending every day together in and out of school. He shared the same interests, the same ideas, and even the same dislikes. Everything had gone smoothly, up until the summer after my 6th grade year in the heat of July, when Big Man paid me an up-close and personal visit, along with death itself. During July of my 6th grade year, Tom's parents suggested we go camp out in their backyard. It turns out his house was the one on the other side of the street, surrounded by the woods. I distinctly remember how beautiful it was that time of year. Everything was so green and vivid, but as soon as you set foot into the forest, it felt like someone's eyes were constantly on you, and not just watching you with a hate that can't be satiated by even death. Anyways, we went camping in his backyard. His dad set up a pretty big tent, and we went out at dusk with lamps, cards, and our Game Boys. His parents left the back door unlocked so we could come in if we felt uncomfortable. At about 9 p.m, the sun had fully set, and we were settled in for the night. I was in my sleeping bag playing my Game Boy with Tom when I suddenly began to get a prickly feeling on the back of my neck. It was pitch black outside, minus the light from his parents' room and our lamp, which illuminated the tent fairly well. At this point, Tom had put his Game Boy down and peeked his head out of the tent, muttering something about feeling weird. "What's going on, Tom?" I asked. "I feel like I used to when I saw Tall Man," he responded after sitting back down. My heart jumped up into my throat. I recognized the feeling too, but I had never been scared of Tall Man. I was excited, if anything. "Tom, did you really used to see him, or were you making that up?" "No, I really did. I thought I was crazy until you said you saw him too. Do you think he's real, or just something that we thought was a man in the woods? He was hard to make out from the old playground." "No, I know he's real. I saw him from my house sometimes too, and I remember he would move around from time to time." Tom peeked his head out of the tent again, and we both heard a twig snap. He gave a little start, turned to me with wide eyes, and mouthed, "I'm scared." To tell you the truth, I was utterly terrified now at the prospect of running into Tall Man in the dark, up close and personal, but I was determined not to show it. I whispered, "Let's go back inside." Another twig snapped, and we both jumped to get out of the tent. I tripped over Tom knocking the lamp over in the process. Luckily for us, it was one of those electric ones that wouldn't start a fire when knocked over. We both got up, dashed towards the house, and Tom began tugging desperately on the now locked door. "Turn the handle! Turn the handle!" I screamed, and Tom looked at me with terrified eyes. "It's not turning!" We had both begun to cry at this point, tears streaming down our face. I became desperate, yelling and screaming for his parents, who were fast asleep upstairs. I heard a distinct hiss and the sound of heavy footsteps on the deck. Tom's eyes rolled back into his head, and he collapsed, and my vision started to go fuzzy as well. I collapsed to the floor, fully expecting to die. A light turned on in their kitchen, and Tom's dad busted the door open. "What the hell is going on? Who locked the door?" Tom had woken up by now and was shaking his head in horror. His dad ushered us inside, went out to the tent, and got our belongings. "You boys are sleeping in tonight, and we're not going to go through this again. What I'd like to know is who locked the door. Does either one of you have a key?" We turned out our pockets, and he shook his head in disbelief. "Unbelievable. Well, sleep inside tonight, and we'll talk about what happened in the morning. Wake us up if you need anything." We went back upstairs to Tom's room, where he glanced out the window. He did a double take, his eyes widening again, and lifted a trembling finger to point to the woods. I slowly and very shakily walked over to the window, where I could see a tall, dark figure standing by the entrance of our tent. This was the closest I'd ever seen him. His arms were disproportionately long, and he appeared to be around 7 to 8 feet tall. His head was white, but the only features on it were 2 burning black eyes and a gaping hole with sharp teeth where his mouth should be. He turned around and walked back into the forest. Tom and I barely slept that night, but we agreed not to talk about it in case the parents didn't believe us and would forbid us from being together for fear that we were influencing each other in a bad way. We told his parents that we had just scared ourselves telling stories and that we heard an animal in the woods and freaked out. They laughed and bought it, and life moved on. Tom and I spent all of our time together, and during our 8th grade year, we had taken to exploring the woods at dusk, looking for scares. I thought I saw Big Man a few times, and we would run after him, but it turned out to be a deer or a garbage bag tied to a tree. We didn't have any close encounters until we decided to sneak out of his house at night and go to our usual clearing in the forest around 11 p.m. Evidently, we had forgot what true terror was, because we spent all our time that day telling scary stories and looking for ways to scare ourselves. When nightfall came and his parents went to sleep, we snuck out of the back door with flashlights and Polaroid cameras. We stepped into the forest, and I almost immediately felt the prickling on the back of my neck. I kept turning around, expecting to see someone following us or an animal stalking us. We reached our usual clearing after about 15 minutes and sat down with our flashlights off, back to back. We agreed not to say a word until we saw something, which actually didn't take too long. I was looking around, panning my head in both directions, really concentrating on the blackest areas of the forest. I looked left, then back right, then back left, then back right. I was scanning to the left again, when I saw a white oval that wasn't there before. Goosebumps ran up my arms and my hair stood on end. I nudged Tom with my elbow. "Tom, he's here. Holy crap, he's right there." Tom turned quickly and froze as his eyes fell on those of Tall Man. It appeared for a second as though the white face was widening, and then I heard the gentle crunch of leaves on the forest floor. "Will, he's coming closer. Oh my god, I'm scared." At this point, we had both stood up, holding on to each other from fright. I was slowly edging backwards as the eyes came closer, and the tall man broke into a gently lit clearing. His arms were nearly dragging on the floor, and his mouth slowly widened, displaying rows upon rows of chipped, ugly, rotting teeth. "Run!" I screamed, and we bolted. I kept my eyes down, running almost blindly through the forest. I couldn't figure out what was louder, the crunching of the autumn leaves under my feet, or the pounding of my heart in my ears. Branches and twigs ripped my clothes and left small cuts on my face and hands, but I didn't care. Cuts were a small price to pay compared to the alternative, whatever that may be. I distinctly remember wondering why we were running from a creature that never once tried to hurt either of us, but a short glance behind me told me why. His arms were outstretched as he was ploughing through the underbrush, mouth open. I swear I saw tentacles of darkness seeping from his mouth, but it was such a blur that I can't say for sure. Eventually, I reached the edge of the forest with Tom shortly behind me and broke through into his backyard. As soon as we set foot on his deck, I heard an inhuman scream, a screech that sounded like the screams of the damned from hell itself. I turned around as quickly as I dared, and there he was. His white face was barely visible behind the tree which he was standing, but the evil radiating off of him was unmistakable. He stopped at the edge of the forest, just standing there, staring at us. Tom unlocked his door and we stumbled inside, taking one last glance behind us. He was gone. We walked through the forest the next day, discussing what happened. I was barely able to stand, going through where I had to run for my life the previous night. But we found 2 pictures that one of us had evidently snapped while running. I looked for them to upload, but one of them is of Tom's backside. The other is of 2 long, thin black legs mid-strife. If I remember correctly, you can see part of his arm in the upper right-hand corner of the picture.
This is not meant to scare anyone. Calling it a creepy story would be a bit of an insult because it isn't one. This is an expression of gratitude toward a friend who was always there for me. He watched over me as I was growing up and was the best friend any kid could ever have, even if I didn't recognize it at the time. He was always there, even though I couldn't see him, and he was always acting in my best interests, even if I couldn't understand. I'd like to take some time to share with you our story, because if you're lucky, you might have a friend like this too. I think I should let you read his letter first. In May of 2010, I bought a new computer and took my old one to the shop to have everything backed up. I'd brought the new computer home and had begun restoring my files from my portable hard drive and reinstalling programs when I noticed that there was a file in the miscellaneous folder that the shop's technician had created for files with no other place. It was called happybirthdaybaby.txt. Initially, I thought it was a message my mom had written for me that I'd never read as intended, but I opened it, and this is what I found.
You might find this one day. I'm not great with this computer stuff, but I've watched you tinkering with this machine lately, and I think I know how to save this so you'll find it. Seeing as it's time for me to go, I want to leave you this last little message. I know you never met your father, but to me, he was Colonel Marcus Andrew Statfield, as I'm sure your mother told you. He was a good man, one with the pride of a lion, the strength of a bear, and a heart of pure gold. Truth is, I was almost like his son long before you were born. I was his second in command and served with him for 3 years. I watched as your mother wept when she heard the news, her belly swollen with your soon-to-be debut into this world. I stayed with her every second of every day. That was until the day you came into the world. Then my focus was shifted to you. I watched as they cleaned you and handed you to your mother, and she seemed to look right back at me with a knowing eye as I stood over the both of you, almost as if she'd known all along, and I'd be willing to bet my last penny she did. I've watched you grow, and I remember everything, even the things you don't remember. You always were such a happy baby, and you had seemed to have inherited your father's sense of humour. When you were getting to be 4 months old, you would do just about everything to hinder your mother's attempts at changing you, laughing all the while. You were a wild one at heart, just as you are today. Just like Marcus. When you were about 6 months old, we would play all the time. We had one game in particular where I would grab your toes and tickle your belly. You would love it, though when your mum came in, I'd have to stop. And it always perplexed her as to why you'd abruptly start crying. After a while, she seemed to think you didn't like her, which is when I realised that I had to back away some. When you were 1 year old, you seemed to develop a sixth sense for me, and although you couldn't really see me so much or so well anymore, you knew I was there. I couldn't play with you as much as before, because I knew it would only hurt you in the long run. But I always kept guard. I knew you remembered seeing me, because you had a way of testing my presence. You'd throw toys into the corner where I stood, and then wait to see if I would play with them. Now, I know you won't remember this, but once you threw a bear and a rag doll at me, and because your mother was busy in the kitchen making dinner, I kept you entertained by putting on a little show. It was nothing special, I just made them dance a little. You were laughing loudly, and your mum came in to see what was so funny. But when she saw, she wasn't laughing. I bet you could mention the bear and the ragdoll dance even today, and the colour would run right out of her cheeks. But do me a favour and don't. I think it would be kinder to ask if you ever threw the toys into the corner. That isn't quite as bad a memory for her as the dancing is. Do you remember your first word? I do. Love. Your mother made damn well sure you knew just how much you were cherished by her, every moment of every day, and she would always say, "Love you, baby." I remember you tugging at my heartstrings something awful once, when your mother was changing you in the bathroom this one time. You seemed to have caught my reflection in the mirror behind her, and you pointed and said, "Love." Well, more of a woof, but your mother knew, and she laughed and affirmed it. It was your only word for a time, but as I walked out of the reflection, you started getting restless, and I knew again that I had to be more stealthy. You were growing more and more every day now, and I couldn't afford to break my promise to your father, which is why I would have to retreat yet again. I broke the rules many times to protect you, for that promise to your father was everything to me. I remember when you were 3 and had mastered walking. You were a regular little scout. You could never keep still. Those little legs had opened up a whole new world to you, and you weren't shy at all about exploring it. One day, you were with your mother in the market, and a lady with a shiny purse caught your eye. You went running after her, just as another shopper was running with a trolley in front of her, coming the other way. She didn't spot you, and because you were running after the purse, you didn't see her either. Breaking the rules was not allowed, but allowing you to get hurt wasn't permissible either. By the time you noticed her, it was already too late, and you fell on your bottom before you could scamper out of her way. Left without any other option, I sent that trolley flying into the side of a freezer, and as it crashed, that woman screamed blue murder. A man in uniform!" she screamed. You simply giggled as the crowd gathered and your mother came running. When she found you at the scene, you were safe and sound, and you pointed to the trolley that had smashed the freezer window. You know what you said to her then? "Love, Mommy." I was hiding by then, embarrassed to have created such a scene, though I have to admit, I was laughing on the inside. As you grew and became more aware, so did I, and I finally knew when I could and couldn't intervene. Doing too much would hurt the both of us, so I chose my moments carefully. You were a smart kid, just like your father, and most of the time knew how to handle any and every situation. If there was an option, you took it, though I slipped up a few times as you were growing up. I do think I did well to keep an eye on you. It was just the little things to make your life a bit easier. Things you probably won't remember, like putting your piano music sheets into your bag at night, turning off your television when you fell asleep, pulling the sheets over you on the colder nights, sorting your drawers, setting your alarm clock, closing your windows and door. You caught me doing 1 or 2 of these things a few times, and I want to take the time now to apologize for scaring you. This one time, you were doing your homework and fell asleep at your desk, so I filled in all the answers for your math quiz. You'd made such a fuss to your mother earlier about how strict the teacher was about homework, and I knew you knew the answers anyway, but you suspected more than ever when you woke up and found that whole half sheet you left incomplete was done. You were older and forgotten that we were friends. Things you saw in the media about ghosts scared you, and you had every right to be afraid. I just want to say I'm sorry. I never meant to make you cry. If only I had taken a little extra care, you'd never have known. I just wanted to keep you safe and happy. As you matured, you began to take form as a little lady, and as such, you began to know the evil of men. Though you had your wits about you, you were always taking stupid risks, and watching over you became a little more of a worry for me. Gradually, I had to expose myself more and more, most memorably that night when that no-good boy you brought home started putting moves on you. Your mother was at work. He was only after one thing, and although I knew it wasn't my place to choose for you, he was still only a baby girl, just 15 years old. As he got on top of you and started undressing you, took off his top and began whispering those sweet nothings, your face said it all. You were scared. And when you told him to stop and he wouldn't? And when you tried to push him off and he got angry? When he struck you and finally tried to put his hand up your skirt? All the evil I kept inside of me broke free at that moment, and it was something I couldn't control. My rage boiled over as I began to growl, the lights flickering, the TV volume rising, the doors and windows crashing open and shut. The keys on your piano began to rattle, and with your father's roar, I yelled, "Get out of the house, boy!" He ran out of that room, and you tried to follow, but I slammed that door in your face and wouldn't let the handle go until your mother pulled into the driveway. I'm so sorry, kid. That whole thing traumatized you for a while. You became more frightened of me than ever. Having such an experience, I knew from then on, in spite of how much I loved you, we could never be friends, not after what I'd done. Some nights, you used to sit awake late into the evening, watching for me, and I'd have to sit in the darkest corner, looking right back at you, unable to reassure you that I wasn't here to cause you harm. You used to scream, "I hate you! Get out! Leave me alone!" And just as you used to do as a toddler, you would throw things into my corner. Only instead of toys for me to play with, this time it was heavy books, CD cases, anything you could get your hands on to get me to move. You used to sit in your bed, watching that corner. I always felt terrible about what I did. I'd almost broken that promise to your father. But more importantly, I'd almost broken the personal promise I'd made to you. It was like that until the night you tried to make peace with me. That night, you sat up in your bed and said, "If you're here, I'm sorry. You were only trying to stop him." I wanted to say something, but I couldn't. Even as you shuffled around nervously and called, "You're here, right? Could you show me a sign?" I wanted so badly to give you something, anything to show you I was there and that I'd heard that. But fearing that you would lose it if I did, I kept silent and just nodded in that dark corner where you couldn't see me. You have to know, I was never mad at you. You were just a little girl, and that little dick tipped me over the edge. Promise me you'll never do anything like that again, won't you? It's your 18th birthday today, which is exactly why I'm writing this to you. I want to wish you a happy birthday. I'm sure your dad's getting sick of keeping that bar stool open for me. Live a good life. Try not to forget about me. And know you turned out great. Your father would be so proud. This letter is my present to you. And don't you worry about the spooky corner anymore. My final order is complete. I don't know about you, but I think this trooper deserves a drink. You sure were a handful. If you find this one day, try calling out to me. Take care, be safe, and live a happy life. Love, Lieutenant Ashley Gilchrist. P.S. If you call out my name, call me what you used to call me as a kid. That always got me to come running.
I was gobsmacked when I read this letter. Everything finally made sense. All the things that happened when I was growing up, I'd always thought I was seeing things until that day when my ex-boyfriend almost raped me. I'll be the first to admit that I was scared of him because I didn't understand what he was, why he was there, or what he was after. But now I see that I had it all wrong. A few days after reading the letter, I asked my mom a few questions about the spooky things that happened when I was growing up. She was very nonchalant about the whole thing, until I mentioned what happened in the market. There, She stopped cleaning, set down her cloth, turned to me, and smiled. "You always had a guardian angel watching over you, honey. I don't know if it was your father or not, but who or whatever it was, it made sure nothing bad ever really happened to you." As she turned around and began cleaning the dishes, she asked, "So I guess you met it then, right? Your spirit friend?" "Not exactly. He left something for me." I went upstairs, brought my laptop down, and showed her the letter on my computer. My mother was crying by the time she finished, and she told me all about my dad's friend. He was a kind boy. Mark brought him home once to meet me, and he had a certain thing about him. That man was as loyal as a dog to your father. He had a love and respect for him that even I was intimidated by at times. When he came to our home on leave, Marcus nearly had to order him to make himself at home, and he even had to be asked to take his uniform off. He looked up to Marcus almost like a boy looks up to his father. I don't really know his background, but I remember your father telling me that he was a good drinking partner, a fine soldier, and an invaluable friend. She took a deep breath and choked back a few of her tears before continuing on. They found that poor boy and your father all alone in a building that had been overrun by their enemy. They'd been out on recon, and their team got separated when they came under fire. The rest of the boys on your father's team survived, but those two weren't so lucky. The way they found them was peculiar. She swallowed heavily, looked me right in the eye, and said, "That boy was found on top of your father, riddled with bullets. He was shielding him right up until the moment he died. He could have gotten away, but he refused to leave your injured father's side." With that, we both burst into tears. Love. That's exactly what he was. He was a guardian. I'd never really had any reason to be afraid of him, and I'd have given anything just to tell him I was sorry and that I loved him back. I had no right to have done all those terrible things I did to him at the end, and I realized that he had loved my father so much not even death could keep him from that promise he'd mentioned in the letter. When I asked what that promise was, my mother looked at me, and with tears in her eyes said, "It was made in this very house while they were setting up your room. It was just, no matter what happens, promise me you'll watch over my daughter."
Clouds. Is it going to rain today? The young boy hopes not. He doesn't much like the idea of walking to school in the rain. A clap of thunder makes him sigh and makes him walk faster along the gravel driveway, hoping that perhaps he will make it to his destination before the heavens open and coats him in water. He's never been the popular kid, really. He muses as he eyes the darkening sky suspiciously. Perhaps he should just skip school today. Nobody would even notice, probably. Heck, even his teacher rarely noticed or talked to him. He didn't really have close friends. Maybe he should just skip school today. As the school came into view, he heard another clap of thunder and hissed in surprise and pain as he was hit on the arm with what should have been rain. He looked at it and almost stopped walking forward as he quickly realized that it was not water falling from the sky above him. He stared stupidly at the lava-like creature that was eagerly burrowing into his forearm with sharp pincers. He somehow managed to start running as he looked up. Another fell onto his face and dug into the skin below his eyeball. He made it to the schoolhouse and banged on the door with both fists, screaming to be let in. Then he remembered, in a last sane moment, that it was Saturday. It wasn't long before the parasites covered him and were wriggling beneath his skin, burrowing deeper and closer to his vital organs. He was numb to the pain that should have been engulfing him, but he could feel them as they moved around inside him. One of his eyes lost vision as one of the first ones finally made it into his skull and severed the optic nerves. He sluggishly stepped away from the schoolhouse, his actions no longer truly his own. The parasites tugged at his muscles, moving them without any permission given from the boy. His legs moved in the direction of his home, where his mother and baby sister stayed during the day. He understood what the creatures wanted, knew almost exactly what they were going to do. More parasites fell from the sky in another thunderous rumble, and his body slowly tugged down the road. "Please, no," he begged silently, trying as hard as he could to stop the parasites from forcing him to go. "Please." "This is how it must be," the parasites replied, a chorus in his head. "This is how it will be." He fell silent and watched as the puppeteers dragged his dying body to his front door and clumsily opened it. He saw his mother's face, and she caught on to the fact that something was very, very wrong. He didn't try to warn her, as the parasites leapt from both outside and his body onto her flesh, tearing into her with the same ferocity as they did his. He lost his remaining eyeball as his parasites began making their way to his sister's crib, but his ears caught every cry. Maybe in time he would stop being able to hear too. Outside, the rain continued to fall. I think it was several weeks ago when it started. The electronics in my house started flickering on and off. At first, it was just a minor annoyance. I'd be on the internet and my computer would start to shut down, or I'd be cooking something in the oven and it'd turn off halfway through. I called the electrician, who said that the wiring in my house was in tip-top shape. Not believing him, I called several more electricians, all of whom said the same thing. I tried using less electricity in the house, thinking I was overdoing it. Eventually, I learned to live with it. What sparked my attention was when my co-workers began to complain of the same thing. The woman in the cubicle over from mine confided in me that her iPod had died with a full battery, then resumed working minutes later. Soon we were hearing bits and pieces about it on the news. They told us that the problem would be fixed soon, and nothing more. I soon found out that it wasn't just our area affected. Many areas across the country and, later on I'd find out, across the world were being affected. Things began to get worse. By now, many were used to just one or two of their electronic devices not working at once. But when they began to all shut off at once and then not work for hours on end, the panic grew. There was no explanation. The media couldn't tell us why. The electronics couldn't tell us why. Then, the generators started failing. Most schools and office buildings, and even some private homes, have generators for when the electricity goes out. The generators were working just fine, and then, just like their electronic brethren, they began to not work. Children had to go to school in complete darkness on some days. I even remember having to navigate my way through my office building with a flashlight, before the flashlight stopped working, of course. When the lights stopped turning back on, people began to panic. No matter what was done, some homes were completely left in the dark. Panic set in. Without any media access, people were quite literally in the dark about things. Then, the delusions began. People screaming that they were hearing or seeing things. The woman in the cubicle over from mine had a delusion. I assumed that it was fairly bad, because she stapled her own eyes shut. Or so I heard, since by then our building had completely lost power. Society began to break. Electronics keep our species in the know, in the light, and entertained. Without these things, well, we were seeing what was happening. I stopped going to work. No one was really going anywhere anyway. People were staying at home, stockpiling food and survival necessities, and taking care of their loved ones who were suffering from delusions. During the day, the only time where there was light, now I saw a man collapse on my lawn. I rushed out to help him, but as soon as I got near him, he started screaming and clawing at the air. "Oh God, the lights! We need the lights! Turn them back on, please!" I was afraid to approach him. I took a few steps closer until what he said froze me in my place. "They'll come if we don't have the lights. Come for all of us, man, woman, child, every one of us." I felt my hair stand up on end. I'm a rational person, but the way this man was screaming, the way his eyes looked, I felt that he may not be just suffering from a delusion. I would have asked the man more, but unfortunately, he expired. I didn't want to leave him on my lawn, but I couldn't call the police, and I'd never seen his face in this neighborhood. I ended up dragging him to the police station across town, even though I knew the cops wouldn't be there. By the time I made my way back, the sun was setting. I felt my hair stand on end again as I rushed to my home, slamming the door shut behind me. An hour later, I was almost drifting off to sleep. I didn't do much else these days. When I heard it, a blood-curdling scream coming from a few houses over. I shot up in bed and ran as fast as I could to the house. A few others joined me, and we waited to see what was wrong. However, no one came to the door. No one cried for help. One of the men who had come to help decided to check it out. He busted down the door and disappeared into the darkness inside. A few moments later, we heard his scream too. But as we were closer this time, we also heard brand new noises. The sound of flesh being torn from the bone, of inhuman laughter, of blood hitting the walls. All I can remember is arriving back home. If I think hard on it, I remember seeing one of them through one of the house's windows. Just this bright, white eyeballs. Of course, the thing itself is black, matching the darkness it lives in. Of course, it does have those teeth. Oh God, those teeth. When it smiled at me through that window, I saw them. Shiny and white and sharp, gore dripping from them. And now, here I am. I've locked myself in my room, only the moonlight from a small window to guide my pen as I write this. I hear panic outside. They're trying to fight whatever they are, but failing. More screaming, more crunching of bones, more blood staining the streets. It's all I've had to listen to for the past few hours. I'm surprised I haven't gone completely insane yet. I've had time to think too. This is why we're afraid of the dark. These beings are the dark, the worst of it. They're the reason that children have to sleep with a nightlight on. Light kills them. That's why they don't attack during the daylight, or whenever there's the smallest amount of light, even coming from a computer screen. They're careful about appearing to humans, when it's not mealtime, of course. But now, I know why everyone's afraid of the dark when they're a kid. I remember now, seeing one of them out the corner of my eye when I was 5 years old. My mother told me I was just seeing things, that it didn't exist. If I could hold out for a few more hours, daylight will come. Maybe help will come, but they won't be able to attack me. I'll be safe, but that probably won't happen, since I can hear them downstairs now. They're coming for me, and that locked door isn't going to hold them off. I'm going to suffer the same fate as those people inside the house. They're clawing at the door now. I can hear them giggling, like it's some sort of game. I've got a knife in my hand, but what good will it do? Why did the lights go out? Maybe it was just our time as humans. The darkness is here to cleanse the earth. I can see one at the end of my bed, now flashing those teeth at me. I drop the knife. Why bother? You can't kill what doesn't exist. My story starts off when I was in high school. At the time, I was in my history class, listening to some boring discussion. I kept having the urge to dip class for the day, so I excused myself to the professor, saying, I need to take some rest at the infirmary. The professor agrees, probably too tired and bored to even really care. I make my way down the school to the 4th floor, when I get this sudden urge to pee. I walk to the corridor leading to the restroom. Our corridor is huge. Its height is probably 3 times my size. I went down to one of the 3 stalls and took a pee. Instant relief. Then, almost out of nowhere, I start to hear this murmur. I kept trying to make out what it was saying, but the accent was so odd. It sounded like spectara supra te. I had this horrible, overwhelming feeling go down my spine, and I began to check my surroundings. I hesitantly checked the other cubicles. No one was inside them. In fact, nobody was in the restroom but me. Then, the murmurs returned, but this time, it's now a chant. Spectara supra te, spectara supra te, spectara supra te. I kept looking behind myself, but nothing was there, so I decided to dip out of there as fast as I could. I just returned to class. I bet I must have looked like a ghost. My professor sees me as he exits the room and asked me what was going on. So I told him that I kept hearing something in the bathroom, but I couldn't find the source of it. He stopped dead in his tracks, like a deer in the headlights, and asked me exactly what I had heard. So I explained the whole spectara supra te thing, as crazy as that might sound. I noticed he became incredibly pale, and he told me he had to go, that he had to have a meeting with the principal. I tried asking what was wrong, but he wouldn't tell me. The following day, the school invited this priest to bless the school. focused on the bathroom that I went to that prior day. I was then invited to the principal's office, where he told me not to tell anyone what had happened. Years go by, I graduated and almost forgot the whole thing entirely. That was until my high school reunion. Walking into the old school brought back so many memories, and that's when I noticed the restroom, but now it was renovated, turned into a faculty staff room. I kept thinking of that day, that odd day that was never explained, but sticks out in my memory so painfully. That's when I ran into the old professor, the guy that wouldn't explain anything to me that day. We briefly caught up before I asked, what the hell happened that day? He then asked me to step outside with him so that nobody could hear us talk. I guess the principal still wanted everyone to keep their mouths shut about it. He then tells me of a story of this girl that was, for lack of better word, assaulted in the men's restroom at the school decades ago, and that the culprits were never caught. The girl committed suicide in the same restroom days later by hanging herself. The school tried forgetting the incident ever took place. That's when I knew there was only one thing to ask him. What was the noise I heard that day? He replied, "You mean Supra-Te?" "Yeah," I whispered. "You really want to know?" he asked. I nodded. It's Latin for look above you. Dear Abby, we've never met before, so this may seem a bit odd, but I feel this is necessary. My name's Jay for starters. I work the checkout line at the grocery store up on 67th Street. You know, the one with the parking lot that's way too big for the store itself. Yeah, that one. I'm 24, fairly tall, and have a rather scraggly appearance. You probably wouldn't recognize me if I came up to talk to you. I don't have a very memorable face. I don't know why I'm telling you all this, to be honest, but this isn't the point of me writing you. I was working late at night yesterday. It was a very average day for the most part. Nothing too exciting happened, but you'd be surprised how interesting this job can get at times. I'd been reading some book the guy that had worked the counter the shift before me had left. It was some really crappy murder mystery chock full of cliches. Incredibly boring if you ask me, but it's something to do, I guess. When you showed up though, my whole night changed. I don't know exactly what it was about you that caught my attention at first, but as soon as I saw you, I got this odd feeling. A weird mix between excitement and terror. That's the best way I can describe it, at least. I saw you walk into my line, and I quickly composed myself. I'd been slouching down in my chair for a while since I rarely ever get anyone in my line. It was only when you got closer that I realized what about you had caught my attention. You were absolutely beautiful. You walked up and said, "Hey," and handed me your cart. I could tell by the way you were talking and the way you looked that you were very sleep deprived. Though this wasn't surprising considering how late it was. After a second or two of awkward silence, I realized that you greeted me. I suddenly forced out a "Hi" in response. I cursed myself out mentally for that one. I sat there for a second, trying to focus. "What's your name?" I asked. It's only later I realized how odd this must have seemed. What kind of grocery bag guy asks what someone's name is? I'm glad I did though. I remember you said you were named Abigail, but that you go by Abby for short. Abby. It seemed to fit so perfectly. The name seemed to roll off my tongue as I said it back to myself silently. It was like sweet honey. It just felt good as I said it. You seemed to be perplexed when I looked back at you, and I wondered if I'd done something to upset you. Shouldn't you be packing those? You said, and pointed to your groceries. Suddenly shocked and embarrassed, I looked up and apologized, then clumsily started shoving groceries into bags as fast as I could. I couldn't believe myself, how stupid I could be. But when I looked up, I realized you were laughing. You're kind of cute, you said. I tried to play it off cool, but I was obviously thrilled. A girl like this thought I was cute. You are too, I said, as I hastily packed the rest of the groceries. As you walked out, you turned around as you reached the door and said, "Have a good night." I'm guessing I looked pretty stupid writing all this down. You probably still remember it. I mean, it did just happen yesterday. But I went home ecstatic that night, and with all the confidence in the world. I feel like it's almost unreal writing it back here. Anyway, I wanted to write you this letter, Abby, to tell you that I love you. I don't know what it was I felt that night. It was some weird mix-up of emotions. But all I know was that even in that small little transaction we had, I felt as if there was something between us. Please, write me back soon. Sincerely, Jay. Dear Abby, it's been a week since I sent my last letter and still haven't gotten a response. But that doesn't matter. How have you been? My life's been just as normal as usual. Get up, go to work, go to bed. I live in a really crappy apartment, but I guess that's what you get when you work as a grocery bagger. I've thought about you a lot lately, and I sometimes wonder if you still remember me. I saw you again today at work. This time it was at a more reasonable hour, thankfully. I didn't want to bother you to see if you'd approached me on your own. You came to my line again, which made me absolutely thrilled. This time, I was less nervous. I was going to act normal no matter what you did or said. I wasn't going to let a girl like you slip through my fingers. As you walked up, you muttered something that was too quiet for me to make out, and waited at the end of the counter for me to finish packing your groceries. This, obviously, wasn't what I had expected, but it wasn't all too bad. You didn't seem to feel anything at all, actually. I was expecting you to either come up and talk to me, or avoid me like the plague. But instead, you just walked on through, as if I was another stranger. This makes me wonder if you got my last letter. You should check your mailbox more often. There was one moment where I felt something though. I looked over briefly to see what you were doing, and at the same time, you seemed to look up at me to see how far along I was. Right then, our eyes locked. Only for a second or two. But in those 2 seconds, I saw so much more in you than I had seen last time. I felt as if I had known you for years, like I knew all your intricate feelings and emotions. Did you feel anything like that with me? Shortly after I'd finished packing your bags, you paid and walked out. Obviously, this was a pretty normal process for me, considering I do it about 50 times a day. But I'd been determined since the night I wrote you that letter that the next time I saw you, I was going to get more out of it. I kind of screwed that one up. I wasn't satisfied with it. I had to have more. There's a little room in the very back left corner of the grocery store designated for staff. In there though, I knew they kept all the security footage from the day. All staff are informed of this and the security camera's locations when they're hidden. Luckily for me, there's one positioned right next to my counter. I waited until the store closed up and everybody left, and then I went in. After flipping through a few of the TV screens, I found the one that was connected to the camera by my counter. I rewinded it until about when I remember you coming in. After a few minutes of scanning, I'd found it. There you were. I paused on the best still shot I could find. I knew the camera wouldn't do you justice, but it was the best I could do for now. Having a longer look at you, I realized how truly perfect you were. Every feature of your body, your hair, your face, your legs, your chest, was just perfection. I rewinded the tape to when you'd first came up to my line a few times. I couldn't help myself. My eyes were glued to the screen. After a few minutes of consideration, I popped the tape out and shoved it in my pocket, and then drove home. I knew I wasn't allowed to. I could very well be fired for taking such actions, but I couldn't help myself. I had to have you with me at all times, even if it means me losing my job. Abby, I love you. I love everything about you. I think about you constantly. Do you feel the same way about me, Abby? I just want us to be together forever. Right back soon. Yours truly, Jay. Dear Abby, it's been 3 days and I still haven't gotten a reply. Why don't you want to talk to me? I'm still unsure if you got my last 2 letters. Please tell me if you have. So, I got fired from my last job. They found the missing tape. I got a call from the store owner, my boss, at 6 AM on Monday and was told to come in immediately. They were having a mandatory all-staff meeting. When I got there, all of the staff were gathered around a small table with the owner at the head of it. Once everyone had arrived, he told us that apparently there had been a minor robbery yesterday. They had about $200 worth of stuff taken from them, and the one tape that would have shown who the culprit was the one I had taken. Just my luck. He told us that no one was going to leave the room until someone confessed. After a few minutes, I finally gave in. I told him everything about how I felt as if me and you had some kind of connection. After explaining the whole story, the entire room was staring wide-eyed at me. After I finished, I sat there in silence for several seconds. Suddenly, the store owner broke the tension. "Jay, you're fired. Get out of here now and don't come back," he said. I did as I was told and got out of there as fast as I could. That stupid dick. He's always treating me like crap. He's been on my case since the day I got the job. I swear, he's just been waiting for me to do one little thing that could justify firing me. And the one time I slip up, he finds out. Why didn't he understand though? Doesn't he get that you and I are meant for each other? Any rational human would have understood. Anyone put in my situation would have done that, right? I've been searching you up a lot lately. With no job, I have all the time in the world to spend learning about you. Do you know how much you can find out about someone with just a first name and a town of residence? I found out your last name's Marrett. What a beautiful name. Abby Marrett. I can't help but say it out loud whenever I think about you. I also found out you're 24 and that you live a mile away from me. I drove down to your apartment complex today. It looks very nice, much nicer than where I live. I asked to see you multiple times, but I was told you weren't there every time. I felt more and more discouraged every time, but I was determined to see you again. After a few hours of asking, I decided to stay back in the parking lot for a while, waiting for you to come back. After many hours of waiting, you did. It was late at night, around 10 I believe. I saw you pull up in your car and get out. I felt a sudden rush of warmth at seeing your face again. I know I have the security camera tape to look at, but it doesn't compare to seeing you in real life. I made sure to record it for later when I was at home, this time with a much higher quality camera. I wanted to capture as much detail as possible. I didn't know the next time I would see you, and the security tape wasn't enough for me anymore. I asked the woman at the front desk multiple times what your room number was, but she refused to tell me. She thought I was some sort of creep. See, Abby, these people don't understand us. They don't understand what we feel for each other. I ended up waiting in the parking lot a little while longer until someone came out. After talking to him for a bit, he told me what your apartment number was. He didn't want to talk at first, but I made him. You'd be surprised what you can make people tell you when you're holding a knife to their chest. Don't worry, I didn't hurt him too bad, but we kind of have someone interfering with us. Don't you agree, Abby? I'm sick of all these people trying to keep us apart. I ended up watching you from the parking lot for a while. Once I found out your room number and how the rooms in this complex were organized, it wasn't hard to locate. You should be more careful about shutting your blinds, you know. I was easily able to watch you from the parking lot. I can't get you out of my head anymore, ever. All I do is watch that video I took of you over and over. Abby, I want to be with you forever. I want to wake up in the morning to see you next to me in bed. I cannot wait for the next time I see you. Love, Jay. Dear Abby, I have some really exciting news, Abby. I'm moving in with you. Aren't you excited? We can spend hours and hours and hours together. It'll be just perfect. Let me explain. My job paid just enough so that I could make rent and pay for food every week. Because of this, I had little to no money in savings, nowhere near enough to last a very long time. When you take that money flow away, it doesn't take very much time until you have nothing left. I was able to get by for a few days, but just today I got evicted. This could actually be better than I had originally thought. I wouldn't be surprised if that guy that gave me your room number has been able to contact the police by now. This way, they won't be able to find me, and we get to spend all the time in the world together. It's perfect, isn't it? I made sure to bring all my tapes and photos I've taken with me though, and my cameras of course. You should really tell whoever's managing your apartment complex to get better staff. I was able to get by security easily. I went up to your room and knocked on the door, but I got no answer, so I decided to get in by other means. After scanning the footage I took from last night over a few times, I noticed that you have a ventilation shaft in the corner of your room. Not surprising considering how hot it can get in the summer here. I figured there had to be some kind of maintenance hatch that I could get in through. After a few minutes of looking around, I found a door at the end of your hall that seemed to be some kind of staff room. And luckily, there was a way into the vents there. I crawled through them until I got to your room. It was very cramped and hard to move around in, but I managed. When I got there though, I felt a rush of success. I figured, since the lights were out and I couldn't see you, that you weren't home. But I'm patient. I scanned every part of your room, trying to memorize all the intricate details. Your scent overwhelmed me as I sat there. I'd caught it briefly during the 2 times I saw you at the store, but never this strong. It was mesmerizing. I couldn't quite place my finger on it, but it reminded me of something. It was almost like peaches. I sat there, hunched over for a few hours, though I've taught myself to be extremely patient. I can sit completely motionless for hours at a time, not moving a muscle. No one was going to notice me. Then, you finally got home. I felt a wide smile form on my face the second I heard the door open. There you were, my love. Of course, you took no notice to my presence. The light in your room seemed to be perfectly angled, so you couldn't see anything in the vent after the first few inches. I tried to contain my excitement, but I started breathing very heavily. I tried to cover it up as best as I could, but it was hard. You suddenly looked right at the vent. I went completely silent. After a few seconds though, you seemed to lose interest. This made me smile. This was the perfect spot. I could tell I had startled you though. All throughout the night, you were turning over in your sleep to look at the vent. People seem to have a sense for when they're being watched. It can send them into complete panic. Don't try to fake it, Abby. I can tell when someone's awake. When someone's truly scared, sleep becomes impossible. Why are you so scared anyways? It's just me. Why would I scare you? You do love me, right? You know I love you. I'm looking forward to spending every day with you now, Abby. Write back if you can. Love, Jay. Dear Abby, I saw you wake up this morning. I didn't sleep a wink last night. You were too enthralling. I spent the whole night watching you. I couldn't help it. Any time I tried to look away, my eyes seemed to be drawn back a few seconds later. You look even more amazing when you're sleeping, you know. You'd be surprised how much you can learn about a person's personality by watching them sleep. I was tempted to get out the vent to get a better view of you multiple times in the night, but I resisted the urge. I couldn't have you figuring out I'm here. Not yet, at least. You seemed to spend a lot of time in your bathroom in the morning. I assumed you were taking a shower or putting on some makeup. Why would you do that, Abby? Anything you could do to change the way you naturally look would only cover up your true beauty. Why would you want to do that? Don't you want the whole world to see what I see in you? You left shortly after to work, or at least that's what I assumed. After careful consideration, I decided to leave the vent. I slid my hand through one of the slits and felt around for one of the bolts. The surface of the vent was very smooth, which made them very easy to find. I grabbed onto one and twisted as hard as I could, and finally was able to pop it off. I did this with all the other bolts, and finally removed the grating. The first thing I did was go over to the bathroom. I quickly disposed of everything I could find that you could use to mask your face. That stuff disgusts me. This way, everyone will get to see how you truly are. I also found something else in there. Your hairbrush. I grabbed it and brought it close to my face to examine it. It was a dull blue, with a very thick, rounded handle. But that wasn't what interested me. The hairs. I took a good few minutes to pull every one of them I could see out and line them up on your counter. I counted them. I'd gotten 59. This pleased me greatly. I quickly scooped them up and put them in my pocket. I spent the rest of the day going through your stuff to learn more about you, your interests and such. I take it you're a big movie fan, Abby. I found your collection in the back of your closet. I have to say, it was quite impressive. I found something else in there that made me mad. A picture of you with another man. It disgusted me, just looking at him, holding you like he owned you. I'm the one that can have you, Abby, no one else. At about 8:30, I considered starting to get back into the vent, since that's usually about when you get back from work. Then, I had another idea. I looked at your bed. The blankets hung low enough to the floor that you couldn't see underneath the bed unless they were lifted up. I first screwed the vent grating back on and slowly slid under with a smile on my face and waited for you to get home. When you finally came in, you looked completely pale, and I noticed someone else came in behind you. They were talking to you about hearing noises coming from your room throughout the day. I mentally yelled at myself. I would need to be more careful from now on. Going under the bed had been a good idea though, since obviously your first thought was to check the vent. You thanked the person and they left. Finally, you and I were alone. I sat there in silence until you went to bed. It seemed to be an eternity before you did. I wanted to get a closer look at you tonight, and this was my chance. You got in bed and turned off the lights. I was cautious though. I waited for hours to make sure you were asleep. And when I was sure you were, I slowly slid out from under the bed. And I saw you there. You looked absolutely stunning. Every curve of your body was perfect. Every little detail was beautiful. I was in awe just looking at you. I reached out my hand and started to stroke your face. It was soft like silk. I felt myself starting to get hard. Your beauty was overwhelming. I slowly reached down and started to pleasure myself. I tried to control myself out of worry of waking you up, but I couldn't help it. I felt pure ecstasy. Everything about you was perfect. Suddenly, you seemed to turn and started to wake up. Horrified, I quickly slid back under the bed, trying to be as quiet as possible. After a few seconds, I saw you get out of bed and look around. I could sense your fear, even without looking at you. You should feel calm with me around, Abby. I'll protect you, Abby. No one will ever touch you but me. I'd kill someone for you, Abby. I made sure to pay attention today. You didn't bring my letter from yesterday, or any mail at all. You must not check your mailbox. I'm going to change that though. I'm going to leave this one on your desk tomorrow. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm making something special for you. Check in your closet after you read this. Yours forever, Jay. Dear Abby, I spent more time today working on the surprise while you were at work. You're gonna love it, Abby. I've put a lot of work into it, you know. I spent a few hours today putting the finishing touches on it, and I think it's finally ready for you to see. You got home about 8:30 again, and saw the letter laying on your desk almost immediately. I started to smile as I saw you open it, waiting to see your reaction. It was really quite interesting watching your face. I could see all your different emotions and thoughts. You seemed to be confused at first, then shocked, then horrified. You started to shake violently, and I saw that you were starting to cry. Do you not like me, Abby? Why were you crying? Don't you love me? Don't you love me, Abby? Everything after that was a blur. You looked over to the closet while still sobbing. You seemed to be contemplating whether to open it or not. Instead, you ran past it and out the door. When you came back, you had all my letters in your hand and started going through them. At some point, you seemed to break down and curl up on the floor, tears still rolling down your face. I could tell you were desperately trying to say something, anything, but you were too paralyzed in fear. After about 10 minutes, I saw you look under the bed, in the vent, anywhere I could be. You see though, Abby, I'm smarter than that. I knew you'd look in those places. I found a better place after I finished your surprise. You'll never find me here. No one will. Isn't it great? I can watch you forever and ever, and there's nothing you or anyone else can do about it. You haven't found your surprise yet though, Abby, and I could tell you were thinking about it. I saw you look over to your closet and knew you wanted to open it, but at the same time, you were nervous. What was going to be in it? What would you find? This couldn't last forever though. You and I both knew that. I watched you slowly walk over to your closet, fumbling with the handle, trying to get a firm grasp on it. Suddenly, you flung the doors open and saw it. It was a scrapbook of me and you. I saw you flipping through the pages. You seemed to be shocked. Do you not like it, Abby? I got pictures of you and I when you weren't looking, pictures of you sleeping, pictures of you at your computer. I'd scattered the hairs I'd collected throughout it, along with pictures of couples together. Of course with our faces on them though. I got that picture of you with the other guy and put it at the very back. Except I didn't leave it like it normally was. I'd scratched that little dick's face off. I hate him so much. If I knew who he was, I would hunt him down and make him suffer. Don't you get it, Abby? No one can have you but me. Me and you are meant for each other. No one else. I watched you sob for another 30 minutes, and then get up and run out of your apartment. Shortly after, you came back with multiple policemen. This shocked me. Did you not like the surprise, Abby? Why would you bring these people into our room? They'll never find where I am, but if they did, it could ruin everything. All my work from the last few weeks would be for nothing. You wouldn't want that, right, Abby? I'm exhausted from today's work, and as much as I love you, I need sleep, Abby. Have a good night. I love you. Love, Jay. Dear Abby, do you see what you've done, Abby? Do you see what you've done? I woke up at 8 a.m. to see you frantically packing your bags. I was confused at first, but then I understood. You were leaving me. You don't love me. You don't love me. How could you do this to me, Abby? You were the only thing I wanted in life. I had nothing else to live for. But when I first met you, I saw a shimmer of hope. I thought that I'd finally have a reason to wake up in the morning and go on with my crappy life. And you went and threw that away. How could you do this to me, Abby? A few seconds after you left your room, I got out of my hiding spot and followed behind you. I saw you throw your bags in the back and then get in your car and start it. I wasn't going to let you get away though, Abby. I would never let that happen. I ran as fast as I could to your car and smashed out the window and dragged you out. Did you really think you could get away from me, Abby? I had to hit you over the head to knock you out. You were making too much noise. Someone else, someone that doesn't understand, could have seen and ruined everything. Well, I had a plan for if you reacted like this. I drove out to the storage unit at the edge of town. I'd reserved a slot the day I decided to move in with you. I drove up and unlocked it. I grabbed you and carried you inside it with me. It had only been a few minutes, so you were still unconscious. I made sure to check through your pockets to make sure you didn't have your phone with you. I set you down at the very back of the small room. Then I got in and lowered the door. I called the owner of the storage unit and told him that I had visited my lot the other day and forgot to lock it, and asked him if he would mind locking it for me. Of course, he said yes, and I hung up. I then threw the phone on the ground and stomped on it to make sure that it'd never work again. Shortly later, I heard the owner come up and lock the door. About an hour later, I saw you start to get up. I first heard a very faint grunt. Then I saw your leg start to move. Shortly after, you were fully awake. When you saw my face, you started to scream, which then subsided to a whine and then a whimper. That's when you saw it. The other thing in the room. My knife. It was obvious why it was there. And after a second or two of realization, you jumped and grabbed it. I looked you dead in the eyes and said, "Abby, I love you." And then I felt the searing pain of the knife being driven into my side. I felt it being pulled out and jabbed back in with great force. I could feel it go in each time, like a fire burning a hole through my chest. I fell to the floor, laughing while coughing up blood. I saw you back away, trembling, and sit back down in the corner. And now, as I sit here in a puddle of my own blood writing this, I wonder how you'll go out. Will you use the knife to take your own life? Or will you let starvation take you? Either way, we will be together in death, Abby. Together from the day I saw you till the day we both died. Just as I wanted it. And as you sit there, crying, I can tell you've come to this realization. Abby, this is all I ever wanted. And for that, I have to say, thank you. Love, Jay. I'm writing to tell you how I really feel. You probably haven't noticed, but for the longest time, I've always been there for you. I want you to know what I've done, and I hope by me opening up to you like this, you will hopefully feel the same way for me, and we can be happy together, forever. I remember when we were both 13, when you first transferred to my school. As soon as you walked in, I thought you were the most beautiful girl in the world. When your tranquil blue eyes crossed mine, even though it was for a brief moment as you scanned across the strange faces in the class, I knew I wanted to be with you forever. But my heart was broken straight away when you paired off with some other guy to show you around the school. You didn't really notice me much. You were always with your group of friends that was so different to mine. Who am I kidding? I never really had any friends. The one thing that got me through all those years of loneliness was watching you, admiring everything you did. The way you gracefully went through your day left me in awe, day in, day out. As the years went by, you seemed pretty popular both with the guys and the girls. You were sought after by the popular guys in the entire school, even the older ones, but you shrugged them off. The girls loved how you looked after yourself. You always had your makeup and hair perfect, which made you admired, but hated. It's sad, but it's human nature to be jealous, and we are all guilty of this crime. What they ended up doing, however, was far out of line. I watched as they pushed you when the teachers weren't looking. They shoved you into any nearby hard object, which, more often than not, was the wall. When you stumbled and slammed into it, the teachers would turn and say, "Watch where you're going, dear," and go about their business, blissfully unaware of what actually happened. Watching this happen every other day burned me up inside. Seeing you face this tournament because you were better than them, it was painful to see every time it happened. I hoped it would die down, but it got worse. I saw when the bullies knocked your drink over when you least expected it, just because the most popular guy asked you out. I was there when they set your bag on fire in woodworking class because they thought you condescending when you tried to help with their work. And I caught a glimpse the time they actually threw you to the ground outside the school gates and kicked you until you cried, simply because you tried to tell the teacher what they were doing. After that incident, they followed you home. Usually, they wouldn't do anything but yell abuse at you. The worst part was, you'd never know when they would snap and attack you, keeping just inches from your back. It tore me apart to see the girl I loved so vulnerable. I wanted to fix it. What I knew was that there were 3 main bullies. I knew more, but they seemed to do it out of peer pressure. The main culprit was that narcissistic whore, Bethany. Beth was jealous of everything about you. All the things I knew made you great burned her up inside. She used to be the center of attention, and my God, did she love it. All the guys wanted to be with her, all the girls wanted to be her. The only difference is that she abused this attention for personal gain. She slept with the guys who showered her with gifts, or had their mommy and daddy to pay for everything. She only hung around with girls she deemed lower than her, and she did this so they wouldn't be a threat to her God complex. But slowly, over the years of you being in school, she lost her influence. By then, all eyes were on you. The second one who bore a grudge against you was that asshole Chris. He asked you to the school's annual dance in front of both his friends and yours, and you rejected him like all the others. But what made this time different was that he ran off crying, because he was publicly embarrassed. In school, that meant a lot. He denied liking you and lost all his friends, so he took his frustrations out on the one he thought caused all of it. You. The last person was Julie. She had it bad for you ever since the guy she liked started talking about how amazing you were, whilst not paying any attention to her, even after she performed some, well, let's say, desperate deeds for him. During the last week of school, I knew they had something special planned for you, so I took it upon myself to deal with it. Because I love you, and I didn't want your last few days at school to be ruined. The first person I convinced was Chris. Now, he was much stronger than me, being into all the school sports. Plus, the steroids meant I wouldn't be able to take him in a simple one-on-one fight. But in the end, that would be his downfall. I knew where he kept his steroids. It wasn't hard to figure out. Our school security and reputation was so low, there was no real need to hide it. I got his locker combination by simply saying I forgot mine, and the teacher gave me a list of everyone's combinations. Yeah, that's right. They have no concept of security in this school. I cracked open his locker with ease, leaving no trace behind. I found his next shot and squirted a little bit out, then pulled the plunge back to where it was, leaving a considerable air bubble. Chris was no doctor, nor did he have any clue how everything worked altogether. He just injected himself and trained in the school gym. I bought a pass for the gym myself and pretended to train. He eventually showed up, laughing hysterically with his new friends. Enjoy it while you can, I thought. It's not going to last long. He went to his locker. Not long after, he came out in his training attire, a determined look on his face. He was ready to start. He was fine for a while, but eventually slowed down. He had a puzzled look on his face as his body slowly gave up, and eventually the cardiac arrest settled in, and he was on the floor. People tried CPR, but there was no defibrillator around, since it was a school filled with teenagers. Who would expect a heart attack in a place like this? I smiled and walked out before the paramedics arrived. It was already too late for him. Working my way up the list, Julie was next. She was always jealous of the way every guy liked you. I silently slipped through a window without her noticing. I knew her parents were out, so if she made a noise, no one would come to her aid. I pounced on her while she was sleeping, pinning her down and tied her hands to the bedpost and then her legs. I pulled out several jars from my bag, each one almost black. Upon closer inspection, the jars wriggled with movement. They were full of all the creepy crawlers one would typically find in the bottom of one's garden. I took my time filling them up with every insect I could find. I wanted her to understand the pain you must have felt all the time she was shouting abuse at you, hurting you, making you feel lower than you really are. I propped her mouth open with one of those plastic rings a dentist used for a long procedure. Then, I poured each jar down her throat. With every jar, her screaming was muffled just a bit more, drowned out by the buzzing and scuttling noises of the bugs adjusting to their new home. Tears streamed down her face as I told her how all of this was for you. A few jars in, and I could feel the bugs crawling through her stomach against my legs, having sat on her stomach this whole time. By then, she had pretty much passed out from the pain. I waited a moment, then poured water on her face and slapped her until she responded. As punishment, I took the ring off her mouth and poured water down her throat, making her swallow the insects, and causing them to go in a panicked frenzy. On the fifth jar, the pain of all the insects burrowing into her internal organs and all the internal bleeding caused her to pass away. Not peacefully, of course, but I saved the worst for last. I had something special planned for Bethany. She was by far the worst to you. She made your life a living hell, and this was unacceptable. No one as perfect as you should have ever had the displeasure of knowing these people. So, I carefully set the pieces and waited. One day, I got a head start. I skipped my last class, but no one noticed, not even the teacher. This shows just how much I was noticed in school. By this time, I'd memorized that horse route home and waited in an archway. I knew she walked past this area every time. I waited and thought about what I was going to do and how it was all for you. Though I didn't have to think so much, because I already had it all planned out. When I caught sight of her, I grabbed her and pulled her to the ground. She was kicking and screaming, but at this point on her journey home, no one was ever around. The archway led to an abandoned, derelict church. I dragged her away from the path and to the building, so no witness could intervene or find her body. Not anytime soon. I followed my routine and secured her arms and legs to a post, so I knew there wouldn't be much of a struggle. After that, I gagged her, as I knew she'd make a lot of noise for what I was about to do. I slowly pulled out my knife, making sure she saw its deadly glimmer. I placed the point of it on her lower leg and smiled as she reacted to the sharp point of the blade. Then, I gently pushed down, making sure the wound was clean as it slipped into her flesh. It took a while, but eventually the knife's handle was touching her skin. I took my time pulling it out, making sure the wound didn't rupture and spill that so easily recognized crimson liquid. That would have meant her death, and that would be too easy. As soon as the tip exited her body, I wrapped the incision with a bandage, applying enough pressure to keep the bleeding to a minimum. Then, I placed the knife a little higher up her leg, doing the same. I stared into her eyes as she helplessly watched me do this over and over, all over her body. After every stab, I spoke about how you didn't deserve what she did to you. Eventually, her whole body was nothing but red bandages. She was barely conscious when I pierced the knife through her heart. I can imagine you're screaming now. In fact, I know you'll be. And I will be close enough to hear it. By the time you stop, I'll know you've gotten this far into my letter, so I'll start making my way in. It's pretty easy to get into your house once you've done it a few times. You probably thought it was your parents who left this note in your room. No, it was me. Don't be afraid of the noises downstairs. It's only me. Put the phone down. I know by now you've got it in your hand, but I cut the phone line. Don't bother crying for your parents, if you haven't done so already. I've already silenced them. You can stop your screaming now. I'm right outside your door. Soon, it'll just be you and me. Together. Forever. Lots of love. Your secret admirer. We all use YouTube, even if we don't upload our own videos. is the most dominant video sharing website online right now. It remains popular even though the website has gone through some drastic changes since it was bought out by Google. The format has been repeatedly redesigned, advertisements are now everywhere, and, most controversially of all, users are now forced to sign in with a Google Plus account, a decision that exposed everyone's true identity for the entire world to see. Although most users seem to hate the new changes when they first happen, they will eventually stomach them due to a lack of satisfying alternatives. So we keep watching YouTube videos in spite of all the times we grumble under our breath. But what if I told you most of the users on the site are not real? That a big chunk of what you see going on YouTube is not authentic at all, and that some of the most popular users don't even exist. This may sound strange at first, but keep listening. Since Google bought the website, they have proven time and time again that they don't care for their users. They harassed YouTube users until they agreed to sign up for Google+, or eventually forced them to do it against their will. They also cater to the needs of the big industries, which resulted in them overly commercializing the site. Since Google came along, users have also had to deal with the constant advertisements on the website and have their videos censored over ridiculous copyright rules, such as having a pop song playing in the background of their videos or making a short fan film. What most people don't realize is how far Google is willing to go to keep some level of control over the users. To help influence and manipulate the real users, Google secretly created fake users and has them pretending to be real. Some of the people on the site are real, or at least used to be. This includes the people who signed up before the Google buyout, and the users whose channels stand little chance of being noticed, or at least becoming a mainstream hit on the site. But those who are popular on the site are really fake users. Even the people who claim to be honest bloggers at home. These also include people that may have their own website or podcast outside of YouTube. Many of them are actors hired by Google, following a script written for them. Their interaction with each other is all planned and rehearsed. If they have their own popular website or podcast, then it's highly likely that it's secretly being paid for by Google. Some pre-Google buyout bloggers and undiscovered users who show potential of becoming popular are offered a chance to join Google. If they do so, they must follow a script written for them and never upload a video without getting permission first. In exchange, Google will promote them all over online and make their videos easy to find. If they turn down the offer, then Google will make sure their videos will never be seen again. All their videos will be removed under false claims, and eventually, the user will be banned from YouTube. Believe it or not, that's not even the strange part. Here is where things start getting weird. Some of the fake users you're seeing are actually CG characters. They are computer-generated people made by Google using technology that they have kept for themselves. Google has access to some of the most advanced technology in the world and connection to major special effect industries. They are looking for bloggers who will simply follow orders and are appealing to social media. This can be hard to do, seeing how some people may betray them and leak information. So they started literally creating their own people who will only do what they want, and that they can never fear being betrayed by. Their voices are actually from a computer. The room they sit in is just a digital background, and the person is just a perfected CG avatar. It's confirmed that marketing industries have used computers to create unrealistic people before. Most of the models you see in magazines have been digitally altered and exaggerated to the point that they couldn't possibly exist in the real world. Digital voices are known to the public as well. For example, in Japan, there have been virtual pop stars whose voices are sung by a computer. The bloggers who are talking to you through a video are simply using a more advanced version of this technology. These bloggers are all products created by Google, created to be attractive, funny, and appealing to the average user. Their purpose is to attract users to the site, sell them things, and sway public opinion. Both the actors and virtual users are meant to keep people online, distracted, and in the dark without even realizing it. The weirdness doesn't end here. A big chunk of the people in the comment sections are also fake. This is not to say there are no real internet trolls, but there are less of them than you think. Most of you know of these spam bots that appear in the comment sections, offering a link to a suspicious website that will most likely give you a virus. It's no secret that those people are just bots programmed to leave random links. But the secret is that Google has access to AI technology. A while ago, Google bought Boston Dynamics, a robotics company that was originally working with the US Defense's Department. In reality, the two had been working closely together long before the buyout, and many backroom deals had been made between the two. What was never revealed to the public was that Boston Dynamics was successful in creating AI software that could perfectly mimic a real human mind. This AI program can exist on the internet as its own online entity. They can read and understand comments and articles, as well as watch videos. They can talk to online users as if they are real commenters. They can look up information faster than a real user and download it all into their memories. This may make them seem like skilled debaters at first, but they process the information so quickly that they can malfunction, sometimes having a hard time grasping what they have just processed. Google uploaded the AI software into both YouTube and their own search engine, which is part of the reason why they made it a requirement to use Google Plus to log into YouTube. The software is programmed to create 3 new AI entities for every real YouTube user who creates an account. This way, the AI users will always outnumber the real users. The AI are all programmed to share whatever opinion, beliefs, and even personal taste in pop culture that Google wants them to. This way, Google can sway the real users into accepting whatever they favor. Since there are more AI users than real users, they can create a sense of online conformity and make real people more hesitant to speak their opinions. Anyone who holds a view that's in opposition to Google's agenda will be directly targeted by the AI commenters, which will begin harassing the real user with tactics such as cyberbullying, spamming, and in some cases, even hacking their computer to upload a virus. This also encourages the real user to join in with the AI to target the unfortunate user who had spoken out. At the same time, the AIs are programmed to like and praise the fake video users by leaving positive comments and liking the video, which in return will encourage real people to do the same. All of this is meant to help control the real users who are unaware how they are being manipulated. This way, Google can guide people into buying certain products. For example, if a movie comes out made by a studio that has asked Google for help with advertising, then Google's fake YouTube users will all react positively to the movie. The actors and CG bloggers will promote the film on their channel or on their website and podcast if they have one, while the AI commenters will like the same videos of the fake bloggers praising the movie. The AI users will leave comments acting as if they had just seen the same movie, claiming that they had loved it. They will also hit the like button to movie trailers or anything else that has to do with the movie, such as a parody video or a positive review. All of this will lead the real users on into wanting to see the movie for themselves. If a real YouTube user leaves a comment or video presenting the movie in a favourable light, then the AI users will hit the like button so that more people will see the video or comment. If a real user didn't like the movie and expresses it through a comment or video on YouTube, then the AI users will thumb it down so it has less chance of being seen. Google does not plan to just use this tactic for marketing. They are also using this to help shape our political, religious, and philosophical world views as well. For example, if there is a candidate that is willing to work with Google, then they will make their fake users promote him or her. The actors and CG bloggers will praise him and begin to promote the candidate on their channel. At the same time, the AI users will rally around the candidate, hitting the like button on anything that betrays him or her in a positive way. They will show intense hostility against anyone real who disagrees with them, but like any comment that they are programmed to agree with. From that point on, the real users will be encouraged to follow the candidate and agree to things they normally wouldn't. This doesn't just concern Google's attempt to influence public opinion, but it's also a matter of security and privacy. Say what you want about Edward Snowden or WikiLeaks, but they confirmed that for the past few years, Google has been working with the NSA. The AI users don't just act like YouTube users, but can also keep track of real ones. Each time you unknowingly talk to an AI in the comment section, it shares what you had typed and how you acted to all the other AI users. All this information is also sent and stored into files used by the NSA to keep a good track record of you. If you say anything that the NSA would deem you as a possible threat, then the AI will begin to monitor you. They will start replying to your comments and videos, pretending to be other users trying to engage you. In reality, they are testing you, trying to see if they can get anything else from you. If you think you can avoid them by simply not using YouTube, guess again. They can leave the site and track you down somewhere else online. If you start talking on an online message board, then they will follow you there and log in with their own accounts. If you use Gmail, then they can simply read your mail. They can even get into your phone and start texting you, pretending to be someone you know. Now, to be fair, they have caught some real terrorists and pedophiles using this technology, but the NSA is not fully looking out for public interest either. With this tactic, they can also oppress free speech and online movements that are critical of both the government and Google. Google and the NSA can simply respond to an outcry against them by switching their fake users on to oppose anyone who's in opposition to them. If someone tries to start a movement to get the public aware of such things as online privacy issues and corruption within the NSA can just ask Google to have all the fake users portray the real ones who protest as uneducated conspiracy theorists. This will instantly create the illusion that the real people are a fanatical minority. They will also continue to record information on you even if you're not a real threat. Some people have gone missing or found themselves wrongfully targeted by law enforcement after saying the wrong things online. The AI users that are watching you might confuse troll comments or sarcasm for a real threat. In other cases, they may target you just for holding views that people in power want to oppress. Also, don't be shocked if Google will start using scapegoats and have their fake users blame everything on a selected group of people to distract you from their own corruption. This all leads to one final question. Will Google try to take down this message? Anyone who shares this message may become a target of the fake users, but it doesn't matter. Google has already determined that you won't do anything about it. They have seen how real users do little whenever they are mistreated by Google in the past. They made notes on how real users hated having their identity exposed, but eventually accepted it. They remember when they enforced censorship rules on you, or allowed the NSA to read your mail, and that no one did anything about it. You just keep using their service. So, they have rationalized to themselves that even if their fake users are fully exposed to the public, that the reaction will be the same. People will be angry at first, maybe even threaten to use a different search engine and video site, but they will eventually accept everything fake about it and continue to use it in spite of the risk. Journal Entry 1, November 1st, 1996. Okay, so my wife got me this journal that she found at a thrift store. She thought that I could maybe write in it to maybe help track my emotions and stuff. I don't really believe it's going to do anything, but I'll do it anyway, at least to please her. So here goes. I had a weird dream last night. It was the first one I've had in years. They say that you're always dreaming during sleep, but I simply can't imagine that to be true. All I see when I shut my eyes is darkness, and the darkness does not recede, but stubbornly stays till my sleep is over. I see no pictures, I hear no sounds, I feel no sensations, and I smell no odours. Last night, however, was different. In my dream, I was in a cabin, sitting in an old leather chair, reading a book. I couldn't make out the words for they were incomprehensible. The cabin was musty and old, yet so comfortable and somewhat familiar. It had this eeriness surrounding it. It was unsettling. The more I sat in that cabin, the more unsettled I became. It felt like hours before I heard a knock at the door. Suddenly, I was out of my chair and slowly walking towards the door. I extended my arm and reached for the doorknob, slowly opening it. 2 little boys, covered in mud, stood before me. Then, the dream ended. I can't imagine what this means or if it means anything at all. I wonder what a dream specialist would make of this. Would they call me crazy or predict some massive event in my future? Who knows? Anyway, enough about my crazy dreams. Sarah has been doing really well in school for the past couple of months. She has plenty of friends and loves it. This really makes me happy. Today, she sprinted into the kitchen with the biggest grin on her face. She had gotten an A on a history test. She literally does this for every single A she gets, and she gets a lot of A's. It never gets old though, to see her smile. I love seeing her happy, and that will never change. Work is going well. I might actually get a promotion in the next few weeks. That means a bigger pay raise and exclusive benefits. I could finally take my family on a vacation perhaps. Wouldn't that be incredible? My trip to Peru 4 years ago was unbelievable. Maybe one day I can take them there. My mother called today. Yay! That was sarcasm if it didn't come across. She wanted to know, how are you doing? How's Sarah and Emily? I know she couldn't care less about Sarah or Emily. She just wants us to visit her small house in Chicago. I would literally do anything else than see her again. Anyway, I'm going to stop writing now. Partly because my hand is starting to hurt, but mostly because I'm getting tired and I should get back to bed before Emily gets worried. Journal Entry 2, November 5th, 1996. I had that dream again, the one about the cabin and the two boys. It was exactly the same as the last one. It was almost freaky. This time, however, the dream continued. The two boys covered in mud spoke to me. What they were saying was incomprehensible. It was almost as if it was another language. Russian, perhaps? I couldn't tell. It sounded vaguely Russian, though. The boys, who couldn't have been older than 10, pointed to the ocean behind them and started running towards it. I followed. I didn't want to follow them, but for some reason, my legs just moved. We ran for only a few minutes before we came upon the shore of the ocean. The two boys muttered something and then pointed to the ground. What lay there was disgusting. It was a man. Well, I think it was. All colour was gone from his face and body. He definitely had died by drowning. A wave of nausea suddenly came over me, and I felt like throwing up. I heaved over, puking all over myself. I suddenly awoke. There was vomit all over my bed. Fortunately, Emily was gone. I jolted out of the bed, tearing the sheets from their mattress and dragging them to the washer. I began to cry. Tears just ran down my face. It was unstoppable. I knew it was a dream, but it felt so real. So real. The rest of the day was pretty normal, although one strange thing did happen. Sarah came home, but she didn't have a smile or an A to present. There were visible tears running down her face. Her eyes were puffy and red. I rushed over to her and hugged her, asking what was wrong. She didn't answer. She just dropped her bag on the floor and pulled out a note. It read, "Stinking Jew." Anger rushed through my body. I immediately said through clenched teeth, "Who wrote this? Tell me!" She paused with a sigh, and then whimpered, "I don't know." I waited for Emily to get home from work, and then I showed her the note. She had a similar reaction as me, but more restrained. That night, we called the school. The principal said he would handle it. I knew he wouldn't. I knew they would do nothing to stop this. They didn't care enough. They had bigger fish to fry. Journal Entry 3, November 17th, 1996. Sarah is depressed. She has no friends anymore, and her grades have been plummeting. I never see her smile anymore. She comes home every day weeping. I no longer know what to say to her. I just hug her and tell her everything is gonna be okay. I know she doesn't believe me. She's right. Everything isn't going to be okay. Journal Entry 4, November 22nd, 1996. I had that goddamn dream again. The one with the cabin and the two boys and the drowned man. I don't know why I keep having this dream. What's wrong with me? What kind of sick, demented person has this kind of dream? Anyway, the dream began the same as the last two. Everything was about the same. The cabin, the boys, even the smells. It was uncanny. Just like the last time, the dream went on. I lifted the drowned man and sluggishly dragged him back to the cabin. I had no idea why I was doing that. I had no control. Myself in the dream had no intention of doing what I wanted it to do. It took forever to drag the drowned man back to the cabin. When I got back, I dropped him on the ground as if he was a bag. I hurried inside and took off all my clothes. I then slowly walked to the old musty bed in the center of the cabin and pulled myself under the covers. Journal Entry 5, November 30th, 1996. I haven't slept in days since Sarah's suicide. It's not like I don't want to go on, but I can't. I can't bring myself to dream about the drowned man, or even worse, dream about Sarah. Emily left me today. She didn't say why or anything. She just packed a bag and rushed out the door. I cried as I listened to the starting of her car and the sound of her driving away. I am alone now. I am completely alone. Journal Entry 6, December 10th, 1996. I had the dream again. I didn't want to have it, but I couldn't keep myself from dreaming. I think I finally understand it now, why I've been having this dream all along. There was a purpose to it. There was a purpose to my suffering. The dream went along the same as before. The cabin, the two boys, and the drowned man. This time, however, as I was lying in the old musty bed, I heard a knock at the door. I wondered who it could have been. Was it the two boys? I didn't know. I slowly dragged myself out of the bed and walked, tired, to the door. I swung it open, and standing there in front of me was the drowned man. But it wasn't just the drowned man. It was me. His face was mine. He looked exactly like me. At that moment in the dream, I figured it all out. I am the drowned man. That is my destiny. All this suffering, all this pain, it's all been leading to this exact moment. This will be my last journal entry. I won't need journals where I'm going. I know what I have to do, and it will be beautiful. Journal Entry 1, November 1st, 1998. Hi Journal, my name is Harold, and this is my first journal entry. My wife thought this would help me deal with my stress, I guess. I don't know. We'll see what happens. So I guess I should start writing, right? Okay, so I had this weird dream last night. I was not going to go back to school in the fall. I wanted to focus on some hobbies of mine, such as photography and music. However, my girlfriend of 3 years persuaded me to go back and finish what I had started. After all, I was just halfway through my degree. By the time I decided to go back, it was already well into June. She helped me send a few emails to the appropriate people at the school, and I was back on track to go back to school. Except one thing: housing. I was sent on a mad search for housing for the fall. As the school year was approaching, I was starting to panic about where I was going to live. I searched frantically on all social media known to me for a place. Finally, one afternoon, I saw an ad for a 5-bedroom apartment with 4 people looking for a 5th roommate. I responded as soon as I could, leaving them my contact info. From the pictures, It looked like a decent apartment. Fast forward a month. Finally moved in, met the roommates, and classes finally were starting. It wasn't until about 3 weeks in that things started happening. I was sitting in my room around 12:30 AM playing some PlayStation when I heard a couple thuds come from outside my room. I went out, looked around, and didn't see anything. So I just decided to go back to PlayStation. I never really thought anything of it. Off and on, I would hear this strange thudding. Of course, living with 4 other people in a single apartment, I expected to always hear these noises. I tried joking with one of the girls, Erin, that our house was haunted from all the knocking going on in the night. We laughed, but in the corner of my eye, I could see Frank. He just had a cold, dead stare at us. No emotion or expression went across from his face as we were laughing. I thought it was a little strange, but hey, maybe he was afraid of ghosts, I don't know. Then, the scratching came. The scratching that I would hear all hours of the night. I knew it wasn't an animal. It was a pet-free apartment building. However, I have known friends who don't really care about those rules and just hide the evidence that they had a pet, so I was a little stumped on what it could be. I always believed in ghosts, and was a big fan of scary movies, ghost stories, no sleep, etc. So of course, I got a few friends together, and we had a few drinks, and brought out a Ouija board. We were all drunk, asking questions, and of course, the glass was moving to letters because some of us thought it would be funny. Nothing serious really came of it. A few weeks went by, and it's now October. My phone dinged early morning while I was getting ready for my 8 AM class. It was from our school's emergency notification system. It read, "All classes will be cancelled for the day. Please check your email for any updates." Now, at my school, classes are never cancelled. There could be a foot of snow on the ground and nothing would ever happen. I guess that's what you get for being in the middle of Pennsylvania. So of course, I checked my email right away. Nothing. Oh well, class is cancelled and I get to go back to bed. When I woke up again at 11, I found that there was 6 messages from my girlfriend. Most of them were asking if I had heard what happened, and a few just to try wake me up. I called her, but she was in class and couldn't talk. Clarification, she goes to a different school. I then checked my email, and there was one from our president. The subject was condolences. It read, "I am saddened to inform you of the death of blank, Pennsylvania, a freshman nursing. Blank died on October 17th. I removed the name out of respect of the family." Now, we've gotten these emails before. However, a student death never caused classes to be cancelled. Then I went on Facebook and found out why. She was found near our campus diner, wearing no clothes, severely bruised and beaten. It was a homicide. Resulting from this, they put more security on campus and tightened things around the school. Another few weeks go by, and we're into November. Midterms have passed, the scratching and thudding died down completely, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. That was until one day, I came home from class, and there were scratch marks through the hallway. I'm not talking little scratches from furniture, but scratches like something being dragged through. I immediately asked if anyone was home, and my other roommate, Brianna, answered, "Yeah, I'm upstairs." I quickly ran up to her and asked, "What happened in the hallway? It looks like an animal was dragged through it." She quickly denied knowing anything about it and said it was like that when she got home also. Whatever, I didn't care as long as it didn't come out of my security deposit. The next day, my phone dinged. Another text from the school emergency system. Student kidnapped around 2:30 a.m. on blank street. The student's name is blank. Her description is as follows. Female, 5'2", 135 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes. Last seen at 11 p.m. wearing blue jeans and a purple hoodie. If you have any information, please contact the borough police at blank. We will call her Jess for the sake of this story. Dear Lord, nothing like this ever happens at school. It's really scary to think that it happened so close to me. I went out to find my roommates having breakfast and asked if they had gotten the text too. They all had, and we just chatted about how weird and unlikely it was that it happened here. The weekend comes and everyone goes home, except me. It's around 8:30 on a Friday, and I decided to start having a couple drinks before heading out to the bar with my friends. I started hearing the thudding and the scratching. This time, it was more than normal, and a ton louder. Of course, I'm tipsy and scared, so I just head to my friend Jared's apartment. I explained what was happening, and he decided that, after we have a few drinks at the bar, we can go back to my house and look around. Around 1:30 a.m, after numerous shots and beers, we decided to go back to my apartment and search around. Let me give you some background of my apartment. It is the top 2 floors of a house, and we are on top of another apartment. You enter on the porch of the house, and immediately go up a flight of stairs to the second floor of the house, but the first floor of my apartment. On the way up the stairs, there is a closet, where sometimes we would keep shoes and coats, but that's about it. Then, on the first floor, it has the living room, kitchen, hallway, bathroom, and Frank and Erin's room. The second floor had Brianna's and Amanda's room. Come back to me and Jared coming from the bars. We were both pretty drunk at this point, making jokes and laughing about what this could be, but I don't think I could have prepared for what it was. We get back, and we're just wandering around my house being stupid. Then, I have the idea to check the closet that is on the way up from the first floor of the house. I open it up, start moving around some coats, but no luck. It's not a very big closet. I moved some shoes, and then suddenly found more scratches, looking exactly like the ones that were in the hallway. I follow them, and they stop suddenly when it reaches the side of the closet. I called Jared over, and he drunkenly kicked the wall where the scratches ended, and it echoed, very loud. At this point, we get pretty excited of the discovery we just made, and try to find a way to open up the wall. I really wish we would have just stopped. Down in the very corner, there is a small handle that we pulled, and what do you know? It opened a crawl space to go back into wherever this was going. We crawl back to find a staircase leading downstairs to the back of the house. The smell was terrible. Imagine taking rotten eggs mixed with a farm. It was disgusting. It was also dark, so we had to use our phones as flashlights. The minute we turned them on, we could see more of the scratches, leading down the stairs as if something had been dragged all the way down. As we kept going under, the smell was getting worse and worse. The staircase turned and then stopped. We came to a door. Us being drunk, we both looked at each other, shrugged, and went in. The room was pretty big. A few tables and chairs here and there, but nothing much. The floor was concrete, along with the walls. I think we were in the basement of the house. We kept looking around. Something caught my eye though, in the far corner of the room. There she was, Jess, chained up to the wall and motionless. We both ran over to see if she was alright, but unfortunately, she had passed away. We started freaking out and called the police. We were taken down to the station, obviously, to be interviewed. A million questions later, I was allowed to leave the station. I read the report, and the paramedics put her death on that night around 10 p.m. To this day, I don't know which roommate it was. None of them returned. No one was arrested. Moral of the story? Don't find your roommates on social media. First, I need to apologize to you viewers. I'm so sorry. I'm coming to you in my time of need. Please help me. Please listen to this to the end. That's it. That's all I ask. I don't know what to do or where to turn. Please help me. That's all I ask. My name is Danny, and I'm a single father. I don't tell you this like it's some badge of honor and I'm expecting cookies, milk and chocolate covered snowflakes like most others in my social circle would. They want your pats on the back and recognition. I just want some of your time. I see fatherhood as a burden. Necessary, yes, but still a burden. My son's name is Jesse. He's 11. That's 5th grade for you math haters. Jesse started the 5th grade this year like any other kid would. There was a little bit of trepidation and lots of excitement. He was a happy-go-lucky sort of kid, full of life and energy. All that changed after he met Stan on Tuesday. Stan was a late addition to Jesse's class, a transfer student from another district. Jesse's teacher sat Stan next to Jesse. When I picked Jesse up after school on Tuesday, he told me that Stan was his new best friend. He wasn't acting like himself though. He was pale and sweaty. I took his temperature, but he wasn't running a fever. I asked about his day, and all he would tell me was that Stan was his new best friend. Stan's my new best friend, Jesse would say. I know, I can't wait to meet him, I'd say back. Dad, Stan is great, you should meet him. He's my new best friend, the best in the world. We must have had this same conversation 1,000 times that night. When I tucked Jesse in bed, he looked up at me with tears in his eyes. He put his little hand in front of his face and wiggled his index finger, telling me to come closer. I bent over him, and he put his hand to either side of his mouth. You know, the little kid way of telling a secret. Well, I turned my head, and he whispered something into my ear that chilled me. At the time, I didn't know why it chilled me, but it did. He whispered, "You do believe me, right, Dad?" I sat back up and looked down at him. "Believe you about what, son?" "Stan," he said. "Stan's my best friend." I nodded and took his temperature once more. Again, he wasn't running a fever. I went to bed, but couldn't really sleep that night. On Wednesday, I pulled up to the school to drop Jesse off. He got this really weird look on his face and told me that he didn't want to go in. "Are you feeling sick?" I asked. "No," he said, He was chewing on his bottom lip like crazy. This was something else I'd never seen him do. "No, I need to go to school." He opened the car door and got out. No goodbye, no I love you, nothing. He trudged up the front steps of the school with his head down. I let off the brake and turned away to drive to work. A little boy was standing right in front of my car. 2 more seconds and I would have run him over. The boy was pale, with a mop of blonde hair that was almost white and bright blue eyes. He knocked on the hood of my car twice, waved once, and walked up the stairs to school. When I picked Jesse up after school on Wednesday, he looked a lot better. He was a tiny bit paler than normal, but he seemed happy. He told me all about his day. He told me about dinosaurs and music and math, and then he told me about recess. "And then, after math period, we had recess. Dad, you'll never guess what I did today at recess." "Tell me," I said, smiling to myself as I'm driving. I'm thinking tag, football, keep away, all the things I remember the boys doing at recess when I was that age. Something benign, something normal. "I joined a church." I frowned at this. A church? At recess? Jesse nodded. "The Church of Stan." I thought that it must be some sort of new make-believe game the kids were playing. "What's the Church of Stan?" I asked. "It's Stan's church, Dad." Jesse laughed like I was the silliest person in the world for asking that question. "What do you guys do though? You know, as members?" I asked. "Lots of stuff. Today though, we just listened to Stan talk. He was saying some funny words and I got sleepy and dozed off. A bunch of us did." I pulled into the driveway at home and we got out. "Was that it?" I asked. Things sounded weird for sure, but the kids didn't seem to be doing anything wrong. "Stan gave us flyers too." Jesse pulled out a crinkled up piece of paper and handed it to me. It was a piece of manila paper with 3 words written in black marker. Church of Stan. Again, weird, but nothing wrong. I just thought the boys were playing make-believe. I was wrong. When I picked Jesse up after school yesterday, I could tell that something was very wrong with my little boy. He looked panicked and scared. "What's going on, son?" I asked, reaching out to feel his forehead. No fever. "We played the soul game today," he said. Jesse's head was on a swivel. He couldn't sit still. He kept looking all around as we headed home. "The soul game?" I asked. Jesse just nodded and kept trying to look everywhere at once. Beads of sweat dotted his upper lip. "What's the soul game?" I asked. Jesse shook his head no and said nothing. "Jesse, what's the soul game?" I asked. I told him I didn't want to, but he said he wouldn't be my friend anymore if I didn't play. "Who wouldn't be your friend? Where were the teachers?" Jesse started breathing harder, but still answered. "It happened in the church," he said. Then he whispered, "Teachers aren't allowed in the church." "The Church of Stan?" I asked. Jesse nodded, and a tear slipped down his cheek. "What's the soul game, Jesse? I'm your father. You tell me right now, and I'll take care of everything." I said. I can't tell you, Dad. I can't. The rules are bad. They're so bad. What about Stan? I asked. Will Stan tell me the rules? No! Jessie screamed this and scared me half to death. Don't ask him the rules. Please don't, Dad. Please. I pulled into the driveway, scared and confused. Promise me, Dad. Promise me, promise me, promise me, promise me, please. Jessie was bawling now, terrified. I took him into my arms and rocked him. I hadn't rocked him like that since he'd been in kindergarten. He fell asleep in my arms and I carried him inside. I took him straight to his room and got him ready for bed. He just needs sleep, I kept telling myself. All he needs is sleep. I put him to bed and ate dinner alone. I checked up on him around 9 when I went to bed. He seemed to be sleeping well, so I decided to go to sleep. I woke up to him screaming at the top of his lungs 18 minutes after midnight last night. I ran to his room, but he wasn't in his bed. I turned on the light and Jessie came flying out of the closet like something was chasing him. He latched onto my leg and kept screaming. I tried to calm him down and ask what was wrong at the same time. It wasn't making any sense. He just kept screaming about the soul game. It was impossible. I kept asking what that was, but he wouldn't tell me. I tried to put him back to bed, but he would have none of it. Finally, I just took him to my room and he slept in my bed. Jessie fell right to sleep. I was lying on my side, watching him, stroking his hair, when his eyes popped open and he stared right into mine. I'll tell you the rules after school tomorrow, he said. Then he closed his eyes. What was going on with my kid? In the darkness, I stared at the ceiling for a long time before rolling over to my side and staring into the bathroom. You know how when you're at the edge of sleep, sometimes your leg will kick and jerk you awake, or you'll imagine yourself falling, or that you've tripped over something and get jerked awake. That happened to me all last night. Only I kept being ripped from sleep by seeing something in the doorway to the bathroom. Every time my eyes would start to slip shut, I'd see the dark outline of something large in the doorway and jerk awake. Of course, nothing would be there, and I would start falling asleep again. The outline would appear in the doorway once more, but it would be closer to me, like it had taken a baby step. Over and over, this kept happening until morning. This morning, on the way to school, Jessie seemed out of it, lethargic. I felt the same way. I was even more exhausted. I thought of asking Jessie about what he'd said right before he fell asleep, but couldn't. I was afraid it would send him into hysterics again, so I left it alone. I drove him to school, and he didn't say a word the whole time. He was acting like a robot, listless, unemotional. I got a call shortly after dropping him off to come pick him back up. He'd vomited in class. When I picked him up, he was the same. I asked him several questions, but he only gave me grunts in response. The plan at home was to get him changed out of his dirty clothes, then take him to the doctor. He didn't say anything until we pulled into the driveway. Can Stan come over today? He asked. He stared out of the windshield at the garage door. You're not feeling well, son. Do you really want him to come over? I asked. I wanted to meet this kid, but it didn't sound like Jesse wanted him over. I, however, wanted to get to the bottom of this. Yes, Jesse said. Okay, I said. Do you have his parents' number? He already asked his parents, and they said it was okay. We have to wait until he's out of class, and I'd still like to talk to his parents. Okay. Jesse got out of the car, and we walked into the house. You have the number? I asked as I shut the door. No, he said. I started to ask him how I was supposed to call them if I didn't have their number, but someone knocked on the door. I was still standing right next to it. I opened the door, and standing on my front step was the pale little boy with blue eyes and a mop of white blonde hair that I'd almost run over on Wednesday. A little girl stood next to him with the same complexion. Yes? I asked. Hi Dee, the little boy said. Is Jesse home? The little boy standing on my front porch shouldn't have known that name. It was my nickname from college, created on a drunken night amongst my friends, shortened from Danny. No, I said. That's fine, the little girl said. My name is Devin, and you already know my brother's name. Stan, I said. The little girl covered her mouth and giggled. Stan smiled and shrugged. It's really quite simple. Rule 1. Don't walk past mirrors in the dark. Rule 2. Don't leave any doors open when you go to bed tonight. Ask your son what Rule 3 is, and remember, the creak means you're falling behind. A rustle means you've almost lost. When the lights go down, hopefully you won't see the dark shadow standing in the corner of the room. Hopefully you won't hear it breathing as your eyes shut and you begin to drift off. And if you hear a bang, well, hopefully you never hear a bang. Stan turned and walked away with his sister. I stared after them both and shook my head. I wouldn't play their stupid game. I walked into the house and found Jesse sitting at the kitchen table, crying. What's wrong? I asked. I heard a bang, he whispered. My mouth went dry. When does the game end? I asked. It doesn't, he whispered. It never ends. My heart started beating faster. What's the third rule, Jesse? His face fell, and he sucked in a deep breath. Rule 3. Knowing all 3 rules makes you a player. My stomach dropped. What happens if you lose? When it's dark, you'll hear them coming. They like to let you know when they're getting close. Who? Stan and Devin, Jesse said. They'll reach out through the mirrors or open doorways and drag you through. How do you win? I asked. You win if you tell more people the rules to the soul game than the person that told you does. Like I said, viewers, I'm so sorry. But thanks for helping, really. I'm going to enjoy my newfound freedom, and I hope that you enjoy your night. Give Stan and Devin my best. Have you ever wondered if it is possible to visit the afterlife without actually dying? The saying goes that you can only go to heaven or hell if you're dead, but this is not entirely true. You can indeed have a brief visit to the afterlife and meet your dead friends, relatives, and even meet God. Sounds good, right? But there is one catch. It's not exactly easy. Many who have returned changed as individuals. Some even choose to take their own lives afterwards. Many lost their sanity, and only a small percentage remained what you'd call sane after their journey. Even though all refuse to describe what they saw, I'm different. I have been to both heaven and hell several times, and in this article, I'm going to describe how to visit hell and meet some of your dead relatives that have sinned throughout their mortal lives. For the journey, you will need to be a well-rounded individual with a strong mentality, otherwise you will not be able to cope with what you see. Most importantly, you will need to have killed somebody at least once in your life before you try this. First, you head to your nearest church from 12 AM to 1 AM on a Sunday night. If the door is locked, gain entry somehow. If impossible, then try the second closest church. Once inside, approach the altar and kneel down in praying position. Then, in a monotone voice, repeat the following scripture clearly. Volo visceri taram ubi cruciabitur, igne et sulfur, quod sic secundum modum sibi aeternum masse flumina bipas oboribus, non crisset multa milia passum, ubi pax non est. If done correctly, you should fall asleep instantly and wake up in your own room. On the edge of your bed should be a piece of paper. On the piece of paper, there should be a link to a website. This link varies from person to person. Find an old computer with no internet connection or any means of communication to the outside world, as you do not want the most horrifying demons imaginable to know your location. Boot up the computer and load up an internet browser and enter the link. Despite the lack of internet connection, you should be directed to a black page with a hyperlink in the middle stating your name and date of death. Whatever you do, do not click the hyperlink. Instead, save the page and view the HTML file in Notepad. Scroll to the bottom of the document and there should be an address. Make sure you write this down. Once you're finished with the computer, take it as far away as you can, destroy it, and never return to the church you visited again. A week later, visit the address you wrote down, and it should be an old abandoned warehouse that was never there before. Do not enter this building yet, but instead knock on the door exactly 6 times. If any more or less, you will be greeted by the devil himself, and you will be damned to a place far worse than hell. If all is well, an old man should open the door and hand you a blank CD with the words hell.exe written onto it. Run this on another PC you're willing to sacrifice with no inward or outward communication. On the CD should be 2 files, diablo.jpg and hell.exe. Do not view the diablo.jpg. It will cause you to rip your eyes out. Don't worry, it does not have a thumbnail. Just run hell.exe. Instantly, your monitor should start flickering, and gruesome pictures of the mutilated corpses of your dead relatives should flash quickly on and off your screen. Then, a window should pop up with 2 buttons, one saying come and one saying leave. Now is your last chance to turn back. If you want to visit hell, then click on come If not, click leave, and you will fall unconscious and wake up in your bedroom with no memory hell.exe even existed, and all evidence of its existence will be lost. If you choose calm, the window will close and the computer will spontaneously combust along with the CD. Do not leave the room you're in. Just let the flames spread until the heat knocks you unconscious. You should wake up on a hospital bed in a dark room with no clothes on. Do not get out of the bed. Just lay there. After about 5 minutes, 2 people should enter the room. I cannot be any clearer on this. Just keep your eyes tight shut when they approach your bed. If you look at them even once, they will rip you to pieces. They will discuss in familiar voices how unfortunate your death was and describe it in complete detail. This applies to the date of death you found on the website. Cover your ears if you do not want to hear your own fate. Afterwards, they should leave the room hastily. Wait about 10 minutes, then exit the room. Once you have exited the room, you should be in a very long corridor with the lights out. Start walking down the corridor. Once you have walked about 3 kilometers, all lights should turn on. When this happens, run. Run as fast as you can down the corridor until you reach a fire escape door. Throw yourself through the door at full force and then slam the door shut behind you as soon as you burst through. You are now in limbo. Your surroundings should be a large desert-like wasteland with no signs of life. Search the vast emptiness for a sharp rock or a cliff edge, something you can use to end your own life. As, in order to reach the gates of hell, you need to kill yourself in limbo. Be cautious when exploring. Even though this isn't hell, there are some monsters lurking about in caverns that will try to turn you into one of them. They are not as dangerous as the monsters you encounter in hell. These are just unbaptized souls cast in limbo to expend eternity endlessly exploring the dark, endless cavern systems. Before killing yourself, you must remove your eyes from their sockets and deafen yourself somehow. You should have only your sense of touch, taste, and smell left. You cannot ever see or hear hell, if you value your sanity, that is. Don't worry, once you return to the human world, you will have your senses back. When you wish to leave hell, simply shout this Latin phrase as loud as you can. Est non satis. I cannot give any more instructions because I feel if I give away more information, I'll be putting myself at risk. But there is somebody who recorded their findings, a man named Ian McGowan. He successfully went to hell and returned. Shortly after he returned, he brutally murdered most of his family and hung himself. When they found his body, there was in his possession a note. In this note, he describes what he saw in detail. Ian's note. If you are reading this, then I have done the unforgivable. I have killed the people I care about the most in the worst possible manner, but I did it to save them from a fate far worse than a painful death. Last week, I tried to visit my dead father in hell. He was a raging alcoholic that would come home from the pub and beat me and my mother. He died of liver disease when I was 13. I wanted to see him get what he deserved. What I saw in hell was something mortals should never experience in their lifetimes. After blinding, deafening, then finally killing myself in that wasteland, I awoke in what felt like a furnace. It was so excruciatingly hot, I couldn't move. I began to hear voices in my head, and they all said the same thing. Help me. The voices were of many people I knew that had died. The voices grew louder and louder, and my surroundings got hotter and hotter until everything stopped. Then I saw something that I cannot begin to describe. I saw every sin and act of violence, greed, bloodlust, and gluttony played out at all the same time in my head. I felt the worst feeling of, how can I describe it, melancholy I've ever experienced in my life. I felt as if nothing mattered anymore. That's when he arrived. Suddenly, my sight returned, but all I could see was darkness. But then, something appeared in front of me. I cannot describe its appearance, but all I can say is that it was not human, or even a recognizable being, but it was an entity of pure, unadulterated terror. I knew this was the devil. He talked to me, telepathically, not in any recognizable language, but I somehow fully understood what he was saying. He told me the fate of the universe and what I must do, my duty. I owe him my soul. 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 I owe him my... The rest of the page is unreadable and covered in what appears to be blood. This is an old trick, one I'm sure many of you have tried. Turn down the lights and stare into a mirror. Stare at your face and let your eyes go out of focus. Your face, the face you've known your entire life, will start to morph, twist, and become demonic before your very eyes. This used to be a fun party trick, especially if you were telling a scary story while it was happening. Something about watching your own face twist, it's just unnerving in such a deep, personal way. Don't ever do it. If you're reading this, just don't. I did it recently, on the spur. I was walking out of my kitchen and my bathroom door was open. There was just enough light from the kitchen light to see the mirror. I stared and watched my face turn ugly, same as always, until it smiled back. At first I thought I smiled. No, the reflection did. I don't know much, but I know that whatever is on the other side of the mirror hates you. Maybe because we just see it as our reflection, our property, something to use to comb our hair and brush our teeth. But it's alive and full of hate. I hear it now, at night, tapping on the mirror. It wants out. I tried to show my wife, but it's smart. She just sees the reflection. But as soon as she turns around, it smiles at me. The tapping has started to turn into pounding. Not just at home anymore either. It goes wherever I go. And it wants me. Tonight, I'm alone. I can hear it tapping, and now it's pounding. Its face is a twisted face. See, I figured it out. That twisted face. That isn't from our eyes going blurry. No, that's its real face showing up. Oh God, I just heard glass shatter. What you will need: a small empty room, such as a closet, pantry, small bathroom, etc. There must be no windows. The room should be big enough and empty enough for a single person of your size to stand in without touching the walls or door. If the only thing you can use has windows, cover them so that no light can come into the room. 3 matches, a method of telling time, a pen or pencil and some paper. How to play. This game is best played alone. Your guests may not come if they feel as if there is already a crowd. This game is best played at night. Turn off all sources of noise. This includes phones, TVs, etc. Turn on the light in the room you are using. If it is an unlit room, use a candle or a flashlight. Start at the furthest point in your house from the room. Go from room to room calling, "I'll be ready soon." When you reach the room, take out the paper and write, "You are invited. A gathering hosted by your name takes place from time you start, an hour from start time. Bring friends." Place it on the floor and shout into the room, "I'm ready, come on in." Turn off the light and turn around so you are facing the dark of your house. The open door should be at your back. Take out the 3 matches and hold them in your hand. Wait a few moments in silence, then begin counting out loud. When you get to 10, strike the first match. Step 1. If the match does not strike on the first try, drop it and strike the second one. Repeat this for the third one, if the second one does not light. If the third one does not light, you have gate crashers, uninvited guests. Do not turn around or pause to close the door. Run for the nearest light source and turn it on. The party is over. Step 2. If the match lights, hold it until it burns down as far as you can bear. Greet your guests. Suggested, say out loud, "I'm glad to see you. Thank you for coming." Light the second match. If it does not light on the first strike, see step 1. Step 3. Repeat step 2 for the second match and greet more of your guests. Step 4. Strike the third match. If it does not light, see step 1. If it does light, say, "Now everyone is here," and count to 10 again. If everything was done correctly, you should be able to hear or feel something. It is typically just someone saying thanks or thank you quietly. It may or may not be from behind you. Great party, your guests were happy to come. Afterward, it is safe to turn on the lights. If at any point you turned around or looked behind you before turning on the light, refer back to step 1. I grew up in a small town in New Jersey and attended the local public high school. It was senior year, and my friend Jack was in charge of setting up chairs for an assembly later that day. I got roped into helping him, but it wasn't too bad because I got to skip my 5th period math class. We eventually ran out of chairs, and one of the janitors gave us a big ring of keys and told us to get the rest out of the basement. Ever since I was a kid, I marveled at those rings with dozens of keys jangling together. They could take you anywhere. Jack made the mistake of letting me carry the keys down to the basement. While I was walking over to a stack of chairs, my foot hooked around the leg of a folding table, and I fell flat on my stomach onto the hard concrete, knocking the wind out of me. The keys skirted across the room and disappeared behind the row of metal folding chairs. "Damn," I groaned, bringing myself to my knees and hoping I would be able to breathe correctly again soon. "You better find the keys," Jack warned from behind an armful of folding chairs. "I'm going to take these upstairs. I'll be back in a minute." Turning on the flashlight on my phone, I crawled around on my hands and knees on the dirty floor. Nothing. With a heavy sigh, I began to move some of the chairs out of the way to search along the edge of the wall. The keys were nowhere to be found. Just when I was about to give up, I saw a hole in the floor about the size of 2 fists behind where a group of chairs had been. Not wanting to stick my hand into a filthy, strange hole in my school's basement, I set my phone on top of it and took a picture. The angle was awful, but in the center of the frame, I could make out part of the keyring, which had caught on to something jutting out from the side of the hole. Begrudgingly, I stuck my hand inside and fumbled around for a bit until my fingers wrapped around the keys. As I was bringing my hand back up, I felt a stinging pain on the side of my thumb. I quickly pulled the keys up and wiped my hand off on my jeans. Coating the keys and my hand was a thick, grey mucus. I gagged and made a mental note to have Jack return the keys. I discovered that the pain I felt was from a thin, inch-long scratch running up the length of my thumb. I went to delete the picture on my phone when I noticed a blurry object resting at the side of the photo. It seemed to be a tiny, hand-like structure with a small palm branching off into 3 bony fingers capped with razor-sharp claws. I figured I would take one more picture to prove that my eyes were playing tricks on me. But when I saw the image, it took everything I had to refrain from sprinting upstairs and going home for the day. My phone screen displayed an image of the hole leading into a small tunnel which soon opened into a good-sized room below the basement. There were no doors or windows that I could see, and as far as I could guess, the only way in or out of that room was through the hole in the floor. Hundreds of what appeared to be needles poked out from the walls and ceiling. A few reached up to the hole, which is how I must have cut my hand. Just as I was trying to think of a place I could go to get about 6 tetanus shots, I noticed that the large mass on the floor, covered with that grey slime, was actually composed of hundreds, maybe thousands of tiny creatures. They were the same colour as the grey mucus and had 2 stubby arms and 3 spindly legs that looked more like tendrils. Each one had a wide mouth full of rows of teeth that bore an unsettling resemblance to the needles coming out of the walls. I showed Jack when he came back down, and we grabbed more chairs than was safe to carry up a flight of stairs and hauled ass out of that basement. We showed our friends the picture, which was then circulated throughout most of the school, and rumours about the room beneath the basement ran wild in the halls. For weeks, I was plagued with recurring nightmares about the hole in the floor. It was always the same. I would find myself in that room of the basement, having lost the keys. It played out almost exactly the same as it did in real life, except when I reached into the hole for the keyring, my hand was yanked inside. I was laying on the concrete, shoulder deep into the room beneath the basement, screaming as millions of needle teeth gnashed the flesh of my arms, ripping muscle and skin roughly from the bone. The nightmare was horrifying, but on the nights when it seemed the most real, I often awoke to find small needle marks on my body. I had this dream for months, and it was really starting to get to me. I began to see more holes in various places in the school. The needles in these reached almost to the mouth of the opening, and I didn't need to look inside to know that I would find another sea of those writhing monsters within. Graduation couldn't come fast enough. While I was packing for college, I found one of those holes on the wall of my closet. I covered it with a whole roll of duct tape and nailed a piece of plywood over it for good measure. I went to college in St. Louis, and moving halfway across the country helped a lot to put my mind at ease. When I visited home during Christmas break my freshman year, the hole in my closet had been plastered shut and painted over, leading me to believe it was just a normal hole my frightened mind had convinced me was something more. I live in St. Louis now, and have been adjusting to life in the real world pretty well. I just got a job I really enjoy and seem to be succeeding at, and I'm planning on proposing to my girlfriend soon. I had chalked up the holes to stress and paranoia. I've had several new phones since then, and I haven't been able to find that picture again. Maybe my mind had exaggerated the whole thing. I was comfortable believing that the whole ordeal could be explained by nightmares and anxiety. But when I was walking downtown today, I passed through an alley on my way home from a restaurant. There was something peeking out from behind a dumpster. It was a hole, leaking grey mucus, big enough for me to crawl into. The hole on the side of an abandoned building in the older part of the city went down into the grounds. Long, shiny needles peeked out from inside and shone in the moonlight. I sprinted all the way home. Leaning on my wall to catch my breath, I felt something sharp poke into my back. To my horror, I found a small hole beginning to form on the wall of my kitchen.